There I am. On the screen. Wow. Music's so loud I can't even hear that there are menu sounds. Okay. We'll see how that works out. And there's no frame limiter. So I guess we could keep VSync on. I'm supposed to have my FPS visible, but I cannot see it. Yeah, it's supposed to be on, but it sure isn't. Anyways, I was gonna play in Sound Mind, but it seems like everyone's busy, and I think that's the kind of game where it might be fun to have a few more people watching. So I'm doing this, trying to chill a bit. My throat's kind of sore, a little bit sore. I don't think I'm sick. It's just irritated. Even though I'm having tea every day for stream. But I'm mostly having it to help with the throat clearing that happens when I start talking. Hi, tea sounds good. I'm gonna make some too. Yeah. Hi, Aisha. Okay. Two Brothers Case. 100 years without murder. 100 years without demonic possession. Then this. I am Sister Ada, exorcist and investigator. This is my testament to the massacre at St. Walpurgis Abbey. It is truth. Do not believe the lies of my accusers. St. Walpurgis Abbey, Cybernetics Workshop. Ah, yes, we have voice acting. I don't have to read that shit. You don't hear the game? Oh no. Why was my name red and you capitalized? Now uncapitalized. And now it's pink and capitalized. Lol. It's always been pink and capitalized. What? It's always been pink and capitalized. No, you're right. It's not picking up the game at all. Oh my god. And why is that? Because I can hear it. And desktop audio is supposed to pick up the sound. Everything I can hear. Let me check my sound settings. There may be like one thing that's changed. No. No. How about now?
Something went wrong with the installation.
You hear it? Okay. Fixed it by changing from default sound to the specific sound, but the thing is, the default sound is the same as the specific sound. It's the same.
Yes. To put it mildly, the coronet oversurged, killing Mother Miriam. Brace yourself for the sight.
Then, the workshop operators, Gideon and Reuben, are the prime suspects. They are brothers, right?
Yes, but it's highly out of character for Gideon or Reuben to kill someone.
It's highly out of character for Gideon or Reuben to kill someone. Is that not what it So who is it in character to kill someone? Who's
Even so, they were the only ones present when Mother Miriam died.
Daemons nurture our sinful desires into unthinkable actions, Virgil. One of the brothers has surely been seduced by a daemon. Whichever it is, I will unmask his lies and cast out the daemon within him.
May Einsoff's will be done. Amen.
To exorcise a daemon, we must uncover 4 things. First, the suspect. We must identify which sinner is possessed by a daemon. Second, the opportunity. When exactly was the murder committed? We can pinpoint the opportunity by analyzing each suspect's testimonies. Third, the means by which the murder has been committed. The means can be found among the physical evidence at the scene of the incident. Fourth, the motive of the murderer, which can be found in their inner world, their sanctum. The motive will tell us which Daemon possesses the sinner.
Very well. Let us begin our holy work.
Amen. Mother Miriam, victim, newly appointed voice of Ein Sof, who was scheduled to receive an Aether coronet implant at the workshop. Have you no more voice acting, darn. Have you examined the explosion remains? If any component of the coronet is missing, that would suggest that the incident was a sabotage. Interesting. Let's have a look around for sure. Coronet limiter. The coronet limiter, a valuable piece of physical evidence. A new entry is now added to your... Why is Virgil saying this? A new entry is now added to your evidence panel, which can be found on the lower left of your display. There you can access detailed information about the coronet limiter. You must present them to the suspects in order to discover any contradictions. Found in Gideon's workspace in pristine condition. Component is required to safely install the coronet without causing an Aether oversurge. Gideon's workstation. A new piece of evidence. Let's examine it now. Consecration ceremony. 1. Place the coronet and the recipient in the chamber. 2. The performer and the recipient pray in silence. 3. Begin the song to start modulating the Aether. 4. Intensify the Aether output by bringing the performance to a crescendo. They sing. Yeah, this sure is looking like a bit of a massacre. Mother Miriam's body. The body is completely unharmed, but her head has exploded into a mess of blood and bone fragments. Wait, there were two different... Oh. Coronet remains found near Mother Miriam's body. Parts of the amplifier component and bits of the casing have survived the explosion. Door button. Door controls. Used to open and close the consecration chamber. Only openable from outside the chamber. Usage records show that it was opened twice this morning. Why twice? Control panel. Used to activate and control the consecration chamber. Usage records show that the Aether output during the ceremony was well beyond safe ranges. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. What is this? The devil's herb. I knew something nefarious is afoot. The abbey must be purified of its scent. I should dispose of any that I find? Missing a whole letter there. Ruben's workstation. Coronet blueprints. Plans for constructing the Aether coronet. The purpose of the device seems to be to amplify the user's ether output. The components are amplifier, casing, and limiter. And amplifier and casing seems to have survived the explosion, but we didn't find a limiter. And spear blueprints found on Ruben's workstation. Plans for restoring a relic that was recently brought to Saint Walpurgis by Father Augustine. Gideon, talk.
This is madness! I will not suffer this injustice!
Yikes.
I am Gideon the Grand, the greatest cybernetician of our generation. I am blessed. I don't know what went wrong this morning. My hands are guided by the divine.
I see only gaudy trinkets here. Mother Miriam died by your hands. Is that not so?
No! Why would I want to harm her? Mother Miriam was my patron. She loved me like a son. I did nothing wrong. The consecration chamber must have been compromised. Sister Ada is here to seek the truth, Gideon. You have nothing to fear if you are innocent. Please hear Gideon's testimony, Sister Ada, and judge for yourself if he speaks true. Testimony of a suspect is divided into events. You can access detailed descriptions of events by hovering over them. You can manipulate the timeline marker to navigate to any moment in the testimony. Are you able to move your profile up enough to show the second person's face? Oh no. I could try. I could be up there for now. You can manipulate the timeline marker to navigate to any moment in the testimony. Perfect, yeah, great. Let's listen to what Gideon has to say. Oh, okay.
Mother Miriam came to me for her consecration ceremony. I've performed this many times before, so I was confident. To prepare for the ceremony, I ordered Reuben to take Mother Miriam to the consecration chamber. Meanwhile, I adjusted the coronet's
Wait a second. Let's re-examine what he said about Miriam's arrival.
Mother Miriam came to me.
Interesting. Gideon does not mention Reuben being present while greeting Mother Miriam. Let's select Miriam's arrival and ask Gideon about it.
Mother Miriam came to me for her consecration ceremony.
Ask. Good, I should remember that I can ask a suspect about any statement in a testimony. Were you alone when greeting Mother Miriam? Yes, I'm certain I was alone then. He insists that he was alone. I wonder if Reuben will corroborate this. For now, let's finish hearing the rest of his testimony. Yep.
To prepare for the ceremony, I ordered Reuben to take Mother Miriam to the consecration chamber. Meanwhile, I adjusted the coronet's amplification at my work table, and then placed it on Mother Miriam's head.
Yeah. He sure is adjusting it.
We began by closing our eyes and praying together to Ein Sof. I thought I heard the chamber open, but didn't think much of it.
You didn't open your eyes when you heard the chamber open.
Then I activated the consecration chamber and began the ceremony itself. The aether output was within safe ranges.
Was it? I seem to remember it not being. Ugh. I've heard enough. Let's leave him for now. Oh, okay. Bit of a tutorial. Oh, we're done just like that? But I wanted to... So the control panel shows that the aether output was during the ceremony was well beyond safe ranges. Brutal, yeah. So how do I... Now that I've discovered important pieces of evidence, let's ask the suspect about them. Let's select any evidence and ask him about it. Okay, I'll ask about this then. Because the tutorial wants me to. Oh, the limiter wasn't even installed? Good, I should remember that I can ask a suspect about any evidence that I find. Recognize this component, Gideon? It was found at your workstation. The current limiter, impossible, but the explosion, how can it be undamaged? Someone must have removed it from the coronet prior to the ceremony. All but ensuring that the ceremony would end in a bloody mess. I had nothing to do with this. Why would I sabotage my own work? Why indeed? Okay, so I want to ask about this. You heard the door open? Perhaps. I think I also heard footsteps. Oh, perhaps. I think I also heard footsteps. But it's faint. It's a faint, vague memory. Not to mention, it's impossible. After all, Mother Miriam can't open the door from within. Reuben was probably working away on some new device or another. I must have imagined it. Sure, uh-huh. So...
Then I activated the consecration chamber and began the ceremony itself. The aether output was within safe ranges.
Oh, let's... Gideon, younger brother. Crafts the casing and ornaments of implants and handles the ceremonial aspects of the installation. I can ask him about himself, I guess. I don't need to. I want to ask about this part. What makes you so certain that the ceremony was safe? Because I have performed this many times. Okay, so how come the control panel shows you're lying. How exactly do you operate this device? Do you press the keys, much like a normal organ? Oh, that's a crude way to phrase it. There's much artistry in the performance. The rhythm and the melody of my music affects how the energy is transferred into... Oh, here. There's a contradict button here, but I'm not allowed to use it yet, I guess. Darn. I mean, I'm ahead of the tutorial, I guess. Well, let's talk to Ruben then.
An exorcist? Surely there are no demons here, though. This was an accident, wasn't it?
If Gideon is possessed,
Gideon.
That would mean he did it on purpose. Horrible.
You must be the elder brother.
Yes, my name is Ruben Garamond. I am responsible for the engineering and design of our implants.
How did Mother Miriam die, exactly?
It was a completely preventable accident. Mother Miriam died because Gideon deliberately flouted the ceremonial guidelines for his own glory. Gideon may be my flesh and blood, but he must take responsibility for his negligence.
Let us hear what Ruben has to say. Keep in mind that Ruben's testimony may differ greatly from Gideon's version of events. If an event is corroborated by another suspect testimony, it will be marked as verified on the timeline. Let's listen to what Ruben has to say.
Mother Miriam came to us to receive a consecration ceremony, but she wanted something extravagant. Gideon suggested setting the coronet to have maximum ether output. I warned him that doing so is highly dangerous. Gideon convinced her to move forward with the ceremony anyway. Since he was going to handle everything, I went back to my tasks.
This part of his testimony is rather long and repetitive. Let's move ahead to the next section. Try to stop ceremony.
When Gideon activated the consecration chamber, I immediately felt something was wrong. I begged Gideon to stop, but he didn't listen.
I've heard enough. Let's leave him for now. Leave. Now that we've heard the testimony from each suspect, let's think carefully. There's only one truth to the chain of events of this morning, and I doubt that either brother has told it to us. So we must rely on Ein Sof's greatest gifts to us, our minds. There are 3 ways we should consider what we've discovered. First way is deduction. Since there can only be one truth, if 2 things don't align, one or both of them are false. If Gideon and Ruben do not agree on something, someone is lying. Or, if what they say do not match the evidence I find, then they must be lying. Second is induction. I should base my theory based on what I discover. If my theory does not align with any of the testimonies or evidence that I find, then I should discard it. If 2 theories are both possible, then I should prefer the one that has more information that supports it. Oh, whoops, I zoomed in. That said, induction alone is usually not enough. Finally, abduction. What? We kidnapped someone. I must hypothesize what could have happened, filling gaps in information with my imagination. This is the fastest and the most powerful way of thinking, but also the most fraught. I should engage in each of the 3 ways in order to uncover the truth. Yeah. First off, Gideon claims that the Aether output values are within safe ranges, but the control panel indicates otherwise. Let's present the control panel to him and unmask his lie. Lies unmasked. You lied, Gideon. The ceremony wasn't safe. The control panel's records show that the Aether output values were in abnormally high ranges. Of course it was. Mother Miriam wanted the coronet as powerful as it could be. But I am Gideon the Grand. With my talents, I had it under control. I made no errors. Something else went wrong. I just don't know what. Okay. Gideon has amended his testimony. Let's examine maintain control. Good. This statement from Gideon's testimony is now verified for 2 reasons. 1. Specificity. It has a shorter time frame and describes a clearer set of events. 2. Physicality. Gideon's testimony now is consistent with the records from the control panel. I can assume that any verified statement like this is true. Oh? How? What's more, the contradiction weakened the suspect's resolve. His eye of providence glows, which allows me to enter his sanctum. The digital representation of his mind. What the fuck? Let's use his third eye to enter his sanctum and see what truly motivates this suspect. Okay. Evidence discovered. Narcissist. Oh, and then we leave. We only cracked the outer layer of his sanctum this time. Still, let's examine the psychological evidence that we found. Interesting. This information will help me discern which statements to trust. Let's quickly examine each statement in his testimony again. Each statement? All of them? Oh. Oh, psychology. Narcissist. Excellent. Some of the statements are now supported by the suspect's psychology. Next, I must find correlations between the suspect's behavior and existing demons. Let's open the demonology. Lucifer, the proud, prince of demons and the eternal adversary of Ein Sof, manifests in the ambitious and strong-willed, promising them their heart's desire in exchange for their soul. Beelzebub, the gluttonous, simple-minded demon that debilitates the host, turning them into feral beasts. The host is compelled to consume stranger and filthier things until nothing remains of their humanity. Satanas, the vengeful, a furious demon that stokes the simmering rage within the host, preys upon the fervent and the righteous, goading them to take matters into their own hands. Lotan, the envious, playful but deceitful demon who slowly drives the host mad with whispers of their own inadequacy. The host blames others for their ill fortune until the apparent injustice drives them to take what is rightfully theirs. Leave. If the suspect is possessed, there should be a psychological evidence that has a clear correlation with the demon. To obtain further psychological evidence, I must find more contradictions and present them to the suspect. Now that I've heard the testimony and gathered evidence, I can accuse the suspect. I don't want to though. To accuse the suspect, I must establish the opportunity, means, and motive of the crime. I can try as many times as I wish, but there is only one true answer for each section. Let's try to establish the opportunity. Sure, when you were adjusting the coordinate. Good. If it is a valid answer, the suspect will be forced to admit they could have committed the murder at that time. Otherwise, the suspect will give a counter-argument as to why that is impossible. You were the last person to handle the coronet. If the coronet was damaged during the events of this morning... Oh. Next, let's try to establish the means. For this, I need to present physical evidence. I mean, the limiter is what I'm thinking, you know? Good. Same as before. The suspect will accept my evidence if it is valid, and deny it if they can explain why I'm wrong. While you were adjusting the coronet, you removed the limiter. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. Do you really think I would forget to replace the crown jewel of my masterpiece? Finally, let's establish the motive. I need to present a psychological evidence from their own sanctum. You're a narcissist. Good. If he is the culprit, then presented with the correct motive, the demon within him will compel him to speak the truth. Oh? Interesting. If not, he will deny my claim. You are a self-absorbed man. Everything you do feeds into your pride. To you, Mother Miriam was a mere prop for your masterpiece. You carelessly caused her death in pursuit of artistic glory. How dare you? How dare you? I took the utmost care in everything I did for Mother Miriam. The coronet was designed to be worn by her. Without her, it will forever remain imperfect. I would never risk anything that could harm my work or Mother Miriam. This accusation was unsuccessful, which means I must investigate further. Let's cancel it for now and leave the suspect. Okay. This is funny. I like the game, but the tutorial is funny. Let's talk a bit to Ruben. Hello, Ruben. Or can I... Oh, I can just swap over here. Yeah, sure.
We began by closing our eyes and praying together to Ein Sof. I thought I heard the chamber open.
Then I rose up, opened my eyes, and approached the control panel. I was ready to begin.
The aether output was dangerously high, but I had the chamber under control. Then it happened. Mother Miriam was killed. But it's impossible. I had everything under control.
Corroboration. Let's go over to... Right.
Meanwhile, I adjusted the coronet's amplification at my work table, and then placed it on Mother Miriam's head.
Wait, so before I could swap over between them, but now I can't? Why not? Hey, tell me about your brother. Ruben is my dullard brother. He's practically my assistant. Oh, that's all, huh? But why... Could I can swap from Ruben to Gideon, but I couldn't swap back. Anyways. Curious. Ruben claims he went back to his workstation. What does Gideon say? Let's switch to his testimony.
To prepare for the...
Gideon claims that Ruben opened the door to the consecration chamber. Let's go back to Ruben. Yeah, that
Gideon
was
convinced her
what
to
I
move
was
forward
trying
with the
to do.
ceremony anyway, Since he was going to handle everything, I went back to my tasks.
Contradict. Lies unmasked. Ruben Garamond, you did not return to your workstation after the discussion. Gideon ordered you to open the consecration chamber for Mother Miriam. Ordered me? Is that what he told you? Despite his delusions, Gideon is certainly not my master. I did open the chamber. It's true, I apologize for the omission. It's a regular part of our routine that it slipped my mind earlier. Okay. Ruben has amended his testimony. Let's examine. Open chamber. Good. This statement from Ruben's testimony is now verified for 2 reasons. 1. Corroboration. Gideon's testimony confirms that Ruben opened the door for Mother Miriam. 2. Specificity. It has a shorter time frame and describes a clear set of events. I can assume that any verified statements like this are true.
Gideon suggested setting the coronet to have maximum ether output. I warned him that doing so is highly dangerous. They decided to perform the ceremony anyway. I opened the consecration chamber, while Gideon brought the coronet. Since Gideon was going to handle everything, I went back to my tasks.
Okay, let's check your sanctum, your inner, your third eye. You're a believer. Oh, sorry I'm late. Yeah, no worries. We're still basically in the tutorial. Can we go back to the start?
Mother Miriam came to us to receive a consecration ceremony, but she wanted something extravagant.
You and Gideon greeted Mother Miriam together? That's right. Mother Miriam is our patron, so I insisted on being present. Okay, so why... Gideon didn't mention me being there. Typical. Yeah.
Mother Miriam came to me for her consecration ceremony.
Can I do a small contradict on that?
So,
Just a small? Yes, lies unmasked. Lies, Gideon. Ruben tells me he was with you when Mother Miriam arrived. What? Come to think of it, yes, he was standing there, scowling as usual. He was not just standing there, he tried to stop you. Mother Miriam wanted her coronet to be extraordinary, so you convinced her to increase its ether output. Ruben warned you about the danger, but you insisted to Mother Miriam that the ceremony was safe. I love my brother, but Ruben can be a sniveling coward. He's exaggerating the risk. This game seems interesting. Yeah, it is. It's also funny. Yes, the ceremony had some danger. However, it was well within my abilities. I made no error. This is how it happened.
Mother Miriam came to me for her consecration ceremony. I've performed this many times before,
Do you want
I was
anything?
confident. Mother Miriam wanted the coronet to be spectacular, so I suggested maximizing its aether amplification.
Like, are you ordering food and you're asking if I want anything? Or just in general, do I want anything? Yes, I would like a lot of money. Personal chef. Honestly, a lot of the things I want could be bought with money, so let's just stick with yes, I want lots of money. I did write that I'm ordering food. Oh, yeah, you did. But before you stuck a message in between. I only saw the message about I'm gonna order food. I can't with today. Okay. Well, where are you ordering from? Got a believer. He knows that cybernetics are a critical part of the one truth. Can I ask Gideon about Believer? What happens then? Ruben has always been devout, serious and boring. We can't all be grand, I suppose. I feel like a burger. Yeah, but there are several different places that sell you burgers. I want you to tell me where you're ordering from so I can check the menu if I want anything from that menu. Let's check the inner sanctum, or just sanctum again. Skeptic. They're a little bit opposite here. Let's ask about that. Speaks and acts virtuously in public, but doesn't really believe in the one truth or the demons. Weren't they rooted out 100 years ago? I am a faithful member of the Abbey, but surely demons are a thing of the past. There hasn't been a murder in 100 years, sister. Why would one happen now? Feel like you are a burger? You should get that checked out. Bastards? Question mark? Yeah, I don't know. They didn't have like milkshakes, right? It turned out. And I assume you're ordering here and you're not going to pick it up yourself. I mean, it's really tempting just looking at their food. Like they got good pictures of their food. Yeah, no Wilkies today. I assume you mean Walkies. But it could have been a Weekies pun as well. No weak walks. Oh, it's so expensive though. Crispy bites. My fingers are wet, I can't type. I'm not sure if I should ask, but why are your fingers wet? Camera and concern face. I filled my water bottle and you spilt everything outside. Do you know Crispy Bites? Have you tried those? Crispy Bites med mild smak av Västerbottensost. And then that R in a circle, what does that stand for? It's not copyright, obviously, but I have not. Are you interested? Sure, if they're veggie. I mean, I assume it's like cheese that's fried, but it doesn't say anything. It doesn't. I heard cheese, yeah. Ost. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be willing to try those, but there's three pieces and 5 pieces. The 5 pieces cost 10 crowns more than the 3 pieces. So it's economically incentivized to buy the 5 pieces. But they don't specify the ingredients, so we can split a 5. Yeah, if you want to try. Look at my evidence. Let's talk to Ruben and ask
Gideon suggested
about...
setting the coronet to have maximum ether output. I warned him that doing so is highly dangerous.
I don't care. What is this? This was what I was working on during the ceremony. Father Augustine, a visiting scholar, asked me to help restore this relic. I'm quite proud of my work on it. It should be ready for tonight's mass. Augustine. I'll ask about him. Father Augustine is a scholar of demons and etheric technologies. He's made truly remarkable discoveries in his theoretical works. You're a believer? Cybernetics empower us in the eyes of the one true God, Ein Sof. I'm honored to be of service. I'm not sure if I can do this,
Since
but I
Gideon
don't.
was going to handle everything,
I don't think there's any.
I went back to my tasks.
I don't think I get punished for getting it wrong. Gideon thought he heard something during his prayer. That doesn't mean anything. He could have imagined it. Okay. Can I ask about your... Oh. Can I ask about your brother being a skeptic? My brother never understood of the importance of our work or our faith. He acts a part of a zealot, but he only cares about the here and now. If the crispy is all you'd like, I'm ordering now. I had takeout also, lol, just Chinese curry rice and chicken. Sounds good. Yeah, go ahead and order. I don't know, it's too expensive for me, honestly. I'm feeling stressed with the rent raise and all. So, If
We began by closing our eyes and praying the aether output was...
I vaguely recall him coming up to me. I didn't hear him. I was too busy performing the ceremony. Okay. So, there's no corroboration.
Meanwhile, I adjusted the coordinates.
Did Ruben return to work? I have no idea. That's not important here anyhow. What exactly did you modify? I modified the amplifier within to its maximum setting. To do so, I had to temporarily remove the limiter. I ended up getting a way cheaper option also. The inflation is no joke here at the moment, yeah. I had to temporarily remove the limiter. Inflation is not my... But I made sure to replace it before taking it to the chamber. Are you sure? Because I found the limiter... Where the fuck is it? Okay. My masterwork! It was perfectly fitted to Mother Miriam's brow. Even in pieces, you can see the sublime beauty of my artistry. But this can't be all you found. Where's the limiter? Limiter? There was a safety device? The Aether limiter was supposed to protect the coronet from an oversurge. Additionally, it was the crown jewel of the coronet. I suppose it's shattered. Damnation. No, it's not. We've talked about this. Recognize this component, Gideon. It was found at your workstation. The coronet limiter, impossible, but the explosion, how can it be undamaged? Someone must have removed it. Yeah. We talked about that. Why indeed? Ask about the door controls. These door access records show that the chamber was sealed during the ceremony. There you have it, proof that the ceremony was performed flawlessly. Perhaps, what's curious is that the door was opened twice. The first time was when Reuben opened the chamber to let Mother Miriam in. The second time was just before the ceremony started, when you closed your eyes and prayed for guidance. With the one true God as my witness, I swear that is the truth. I kneeled and listened for his voice. It must have been Reuben who opened it, for some reason. Yeah. Is that Reuben's little chart? He sure loves making things complicated. True art comes from the soul. Nothing in a mess of lines and wires expresses the beauty of the coronet.
Since Gideon was going to handle everything, I went back to my tasks.
I mean, let's ask about that. What were you working on? What were you working on? I was restoring a ceremonial spear for tonight's mass. It is a magnificent relic. I think Abbot Gregory will be pleased with. Can I contradict it with the door controls? Yes. You test my patience, Reuben. Has your memory slipped once more? The door records show that the consecration chamber was opened twice today. Given that Gideon was praying during this time, only you could have opened the chamber. It's true that I opened the chamber again just before the ceremony started, but I had my reasons. Something about the chamber seemed unseemly. Given what happened to Mother Miriam, I feel vindicated in my fears. Tell me what you did in the chamber. Okay, give me a second. Oh. God, I hate the Fedora app. It's like, oh, were you thinking of ordering? Why not? I'm like, fuck off, I was just checking the menu.
They decided to perform the ceremony anyway. I opened the consecration chamber. Since Gideon was going to handle everything, I went back to my tasks. So I opened the consecration chamber to verify that the coronet was in working order.
And that's when you removed the limiter. Somehow.
Everything seemed fine, so I returned to my desk again.
When you add stuff to cart and decide no, then you get the email. I haven't even. You just have to open the app and look, and then you close it, and then 5 minutes later you get a notification. Weren't you gonna order, babe? Then you get the email. You forgot your. Yeah. Okay, so he's admitted to going in. Oh, let's check his sanctum again. What's his other personality trait? Marketing at its finest, yeah. Envy. Yeah, I thought so. Find all contradictions and psychological evidence. Okay. No more contradictions. Oh. And that's... So now we can... Well, I can accuse people whenever I want to. So... The opportunity. If you're accusing me of sabotage, when could I have done any of this? When you went into the chamber. During the prayer, you claimed to have opened the chamber to check the materials. This was when you sabotaged the ceremony. Gideon was the one that operated the device. How could I have affected the chamber or Mother Miriam? You removed the limiter. There was nothing faulty with the coronet itself. Indeed, the craftsmanship was flawless, as was Gideon's performance of the ceremony. But you removed the limiter from the coronet without Gideon's knowledge, which, coupled with the coronet's high amplification, caused an oversurge. Gideon's arrogance may have endangered Mother Miriam, but you ensured that she would die from it. And what's the motive? Envy? I've present psychological evidence. Probably envy. Mother Miriam's death was merely a means to an end. Humiliation of Gideon. You envy your brother's success. You want his fame, his glory.
Ein Sof sees all, Reuben. You killed Mother Miriam to frame Gideon and take him down a peg. With Gideon gone, a daemon whispered that people would finally recognize you for your genius.
I am older than Gideon. My work is better than Gideon, and more important. But no one sees my work. No one understands my work.
Confess, Reuben. Tell us what the daemon made you do.
Gideon was Mother Miriam's favorite. She barely knew I existed. When Gideon suggested increasing the ether output of the coronet, I had an idea. I would sabotage the ceremony by removing the limiter. Mother Miriam had no idea what was about to happen to her. I went back to my workstation, waiting for Gideon to close his eyes.
Zoom out a bit.
While Gideon and Mother Miriam were praying, I reopened the chamber and removed the limiter. When Gideon started the ceremony, I placed the limiter on his table so that it would look as though his negligence led to Mother Miriam's death. When the oversearch began, I goaded Gideon on by telling him to stop the ceremony. Of course he didn't listen. And so Mother Miriam died. I killed her. I regret only that I've been discovered.
Well. And then what? Thanks? Am I? Oh, I click on his. Yeah.
Daemon corruption runs deep within Reuben's soul, yet Reuben may still be saved. I must speak the daemon's true name. Then the daemon will be cast out. Ain Suf, guide me. What daemon has possessed Reuben?
This one. Lotan the Envious.
Out, Lotan! Leave this soul and return whence you came!
Magnificently done, Madam Exorcist.
The power of Ain Suf compels you, Lotan. Leave this soul and return to the ether!
Thousands of years, and you humans never change. Never satisfied, always comparing, wanting more. Someone else is always richer, prettier, wiser, better. Nothing can ever fill that void within you. Not even me.
Silence, Lotan. Reuben may yet be redeemed. You are a scourge. Without your influence, a good woman would still be alive. Leave humans be, Lotan. I banish you to the ether!
As you wish, but I'll return soon enough. My prince and master Lucifer walks among you. Lucifer will open the gates of hell, and at last, humanity will remember its full potential. Until then, Madam Exorcist, adieu.
Adieu.
Come forth, Reuben. What remains of you?
Thank.
He's silent and still. Poor soul. Rest, Reuben. Heal, if you can.
Sister Ada, you've returned. Was there a demon at work after all?
You've returned. Bro, you were 5 meters away the whole time. Cool design. Yeah, really cool visual design.
I'm afraid so. The exorcism was a success. Reuben's soul has been purged. Unfortunately, the daemon was difficult to cleanse. Reuben is returned to pure innocence.
What? The exorcism shattered his mind? Can you bring him back?
It's out of my hands. If Ain Suf wills it, maybe Reuben will heal.
Guards, please escort this shell to the cryostasis cellar.
Cryostasis?
I pray for his swift recovery.
How is he gonna heal if he's in stasis?
Abbot Gregory!
Praise be to Ein Sof, Sister Ada. You have saved us all.
Whoa.
On behalf of everyone at St. Walpurgis, I express our utmost gratitude.
We are not yet safe. We must act quickly until we locate the source of the demonic influence. We don't understand yet why demons would act after 100 years. Holy Father, we must quarantine the abbey and the surrounding town immediately. Detain and interrogate anyone who seems suspicious.
We can try, Sister Ada, but it will be difficult, as we have visitors arriving hourly. Much like yourself, pilgrims from afar are here to celebrate Walpurgisnacht. It's such a shame Mother Miriam couldn't bear witness to it.
Ah, yes, the priestess. We must destroy her body immediately. Traces of demonic influence may remain from her contact with Reuben.
I bet Gregory is possessed by Lucifer. It seems too obvious. You think? I don't know about that. In that case, I'm more leaning towards the other guy that was, my tutorial guy.
No, Sister Ada, thank you for your concern, but we absolutely cannot. Mother Miriam was a prominent figure and well-loved, with decades of service. We must treat her body with dignity and give her a proper burial. Send Mother Miriam's body to the mortuary for embalming.
This guy, Virgil.
Your Excellency, we really ought to take the advice of the exorcist.
Mother Miriam's body has been desecrated enough, Virgil. Send her to the mortuary, now.
As you command, Your Excellency.
Holy Father, you are making a grave mistake.
Ah, grave.
Sister Ada, don't worry yourself. All will be well. Saint Walpurga's triumph over Lucifer has brought us a century of peace and bliss. It's horrifying that a demon was exorcised from our abbey, but surely it was the final remnant.
The daemon within Reuben spoke of Lucifer's return. Lucifer's ways are insidious. Even the most devout among us have temptations.
Amogus. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this guy might be more likely to be one get killed.
It's a shame Brother Reuben fell to the demon. But the rest of my flock is stronger. Faith shall be their shield. Now, please excuse me. This evening's mass requires my attention. We are honored by your presence, Sister Ada. Praise be to Ein Sof.
Even the Holy Father can be foolish then.
But you know, absolutely, he could also be Lucifer.
Ein Sof. Let it not be true that Lucifer walks. But if it is, Ein Sof, guide me, that I may unmask all lies, no matter how painful.
I'm sure you do, Alice. She seems a bit too boring for me, though. Too devout. The demon's final words haunted me. Lucifer was already Amogus. I wanted to destroy Mother Miriam's body to purge any traces of demonic influence. Abbot Gregory did not heed my words. Mother Miriam was to be given a proper burial. That afternoon, Inquisitor Virgil sent for me, asking urgently to meet him at the graveyard. Saint Walpurgis Abbey graveyard.
Praise Ein Sof. Thank you for coming to our aid so quickly, Sister Ada.
You said it was urgent. Has something happened to Mother Miriam's body?
No, in some ways, that would have been easier. There is now a second untimely death.
Another murder. On the very same day. This can't be a coincidence.
That isn't for me to say, but this time, the victim is a younger acolyte named Isaac. His remains were found in the grave that was dug for Mother Miriam.
Odd. Oh my god, my phone keeps posting before I finish. Yeah, that explains why your messages are incomprehensible. Our aid sister. Okay.
Poor kid's throat was slit.
Gruesome. Who was at the graveyard when the body was found?
Only 3 people were present this afternoon. A scholar, an embalmer, and a grave tender. Father Augustine is a scholar, visiting for Mother Miriam's funeral. The victim was his apprentice. Sister Nerissa, an embalmer with a sterling reputation, preparing Mother Miriam's body for burial. Finally, Abraham, the grave tender, a layman who has kept the grounds of the abbey for many years. None of them say they were near the grave until after the body was discovered.
Which means someone is lying. No matter. Ein Sof sees all. We will unmask their lies and bring the truth forward. I swear it.
I'll be right back. something in my apartment around the kitchen, but hard to locate. Something smells just a bit fishy. Literally. Some sort of fish is what I feel the smell is similar to. Virgil, hi. Did you notice the muddy footprints in the mortuary, Sister Ada? The rainfall began around dusk. That means the prints were left by someone who walked in after that time. Maybe it... Why are you also sending your messages before? I know exactly what you did though. You pressed the symbol next to enter. Maybe it's my burnt popcorn from yesterday haunting the ventilation. No. Because I've smelt this smell like last week as well. What is this? A sickle. Its lightweight blade slices through the air to trim grass and chop weeds. Its sharp edge could easily injure someone. Noble's grave. The immaculately maintained grave shows the genealogy of an illustrious family. There isn't a blade of grass out of place around the stone. I really hate the Swedish keyboard layout for this exact reason, because of my fat pinky. Yeah, I make that mistake lots. Like, I make it enough that sometimes when I'm writing like an important message, I'll write it somewhere else. I won't write it in the message box. I'll write it in a browser or in a notepad document, just so I don't fucking accidentally send it too soon. Statue of Saint Walpurga. Statue of Saint Walpurga, the founder of the abbey and patron saint of exorcists. Aether scanner on this grave. Portable Aether-powered device for recording images and text. Wait, I just zoomed in and then I felt like I couldn't zoom out the same amount. Ah, well, whatever. I can't turn my camera, can I? No. Victim's body. Isaac. The victim, a teenage youth aspiring to be a scholar. Raised in the church, he joined Augustine as his apprentice 8 months ago. Victim's body. The apprentice's youthful face is serene above his cleanly slit throat with no bruising. However, an angry scar runs across his stomach. Another one of the devil's lettuce. What is this? The devil's herb. I knew something nefarious is afoot. Yep. Got it. Got rid of it. What's that? Surgical multi-tool. Found on the staircase between the mortuary and the grave. An ether-powered tool for making incisions, applying preservatives, and closing wounds. They took his freaking kidney. Yeah. But it was a scar, so it can't have happened, you know, tonight. Or maybe it closes stuff up also. Like, maybe that's how it works. Yeah, it said closing wounds. Yeah. Someone stole something out of that kid's body. Muddy footprint. Found on the floors of the mortuary, still wet. Leads from the back exit of the mortuary to the embalming table. The door opens automatically. Just referencing Charlie the unicorn. Yeah, no, but actually there was a scar on the victim's stomach. So, you know. Found hanging in the back area of the mortuary, heavy, bulky, and caked with dirt. Bouquet. A bundle of fresh blossoms like that found on the grave. Why were they on the floor? Nerissa's workstation. Graveyard schedule. The records show 2 notable entries for today, both explicitly authorized by Abbot Gregory. 1. Funeral for Mother Miriam at sundown. 2. Visit by Father Augustine. Unrestricted access granted. Bloody liver. At the end of the footprints there's a liver. Found on a table with other entrails. Still partially warm and moist. It appears mangled in some way. Perhaps smashed? Smashed liver. Yum yum. Food's here, I'm coming up. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Quick BRB as I'm getting something. Hi. I'll get like a plate. We're taking a snack break. Or any kind of food break. Any kind of other break. Also. That's some hot cheese. But what we could do while doing that, I wonder if I mean that's not what I wanted. I didn't want the whole thing. I thought it was gonna be smaller again. So that's too much. But you know, if you want to start guessing the game, go ahead. More. More. I am toast. Is that the game? You just know? I am bread. Yeah, that makes more sense. I recognize that more. Do I fit the screen? Yeah, something like that. But we already have the answer then, don't we? Are you guys sure about this? You were wrong. Oh, no. Okay. Well, I still didn't know. But it looks like kind of like a puzzle game. Octodad? No. I don't think so. These tubes were... It feels like a story / puzzle game, you know? But I don't have any actual guess. So I'll go with your guess too. No. Unless I've played it, or I rarely get these. Yeah, that's fair. Surgeon Simulator 2. Yeah. Why 2 specifically? Because you walk around in 2. Yeah, well, you got it. Well done. More? Yeah, I'm going back without showing you, so I won't spoil the ones already guessed. Here's one that looks like an interesting game. But I don't know. There's a ring there, but it's not Elden Ring. Is that like the sun's really big, but there's also an eclipse? Any thoughts? Anyone recognize anything? Mass Effect 3? No. No idea. No, me neither. This looks a little bit familiar. Is this some sort of Tekken game or something? Or so. Final Fantasy 14 or Soul Calibur. Yeah. Absolutely. Something like that. Which one? Oh, there's Soul Calibur 4 or Soul Calibur 4. Love that. Honestly, I kind of regret giving you another one of those snackies, because the more I ate them, the more hungry I realized I might have been for them. Let's try 4. No? I don't know. This feels like a fighting game to me. Oh, whoops. How did I do that? I slapped. Original platform, Windows, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series. Isn't it Tekken has a new game out, or what's it called? Blah 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 1. Where you corrected me, I'm like 1, and you're like yes, 1. Or what's the other game? What's the other fighting game? I've only played Pokken. But what's the big fighting game that just came out? Street Fighter. I don't know. Street Fighter 6, but this ain't it. But like, so original platform, it came out on Switch and PlayStation 5. And you're sure it's not that Street Fighter? Wrong art style. Okay. Oh, I see the screenshot you sent now, Aisha, of you being red and uncapitalized and then turning into pink and capitalized. That is really weird. Mid chatting. Interesting. Very strange. Yeah, blame Alice for like blasting you the other day with a timeout. Street Fighter X Tekken X Street Fighter. That's fun. They have uh-oh. Red as warning. You lost your pink privileges. You lost your capitalized privileges. Yeah, I don't know. Look, it's 100% a fighting game. Look, I'm gonna not trust you, and I'm gonna try Street Fighter anyways. You said it's 6? But it's called 1? Or... Help me out here. How many fucking games are there? Is there any new Mortal Kombat? Yeah, maybe? Is that the one I'm thinking of? It's not Street Fighter XD. Wait, so why does it just pick 11? No. God damn it. I don't even know, like... X. MK1. Why are you saying that? Oh, is that the one that just released? Yes. But I was asking you which one it was when you... I was asking you which one it was called. Why didn't you answer me? You said Street Fighter 6, but that was wrong. I asked about the one that was called 1. We had a conversation about this. Yeah, good job, Aisha. These types of games are really not my genre. Awa awa. You just say awa awa. That's all you gotta say. Maybe it's just because almost everything that's fried is good, but I could probably eat like 10 more of those just because I got really hungry from that. Shoot. Embalmed body. Identified as Mother Miriam. There's a large incision down her stomach. Judging from the uneven coloring and chemical scent, she appears partially embalmed. And... I really want chocolate. Yeah. I feel for you. Cravings. I guess I better start talking to people. Augustine, scholar.
You must be Father Augustine. The victim was your apprentice, correct?
Correct. And you are Sister Ada, the exorcist. It is a unique pleasure.
Thank you, but I only serve Ein Sof, according to my calling. Why are you here, Father? I'm visiting in preparation for Mother Miriam's sudden funeral. It is a true blessing to witness your holy work, Sister Ada. I pray Isaac can rest in peace. How long did Isaac study under you? Did you know him well? He was a fine apprentice, a ready mind and willing soul. I will mourn him in my own way. But I must admit, the prospect of witnessing an exorcism is an unexpected silver lining. If I find you guilty, Father Augustine, you'll find the experience to be unpleasant. Tell me now, what happened this afternoon? Leave nothing out. I began by taking an afternoon stroll.
I arrived at the graveyard with Isaac for Mother Miriam's funeral. Isaac headed to the mortuary on a minor errand.
Oh.
Funeral.
funeral.
Then I passed through the graveyard until I saw the statue of Saint Walpurga. What craftsmanship, and so well maintained.
Hmm.
Glorious. For most of the afternoon, I was walking through the graveyard, merely observing and admiring.
Let's skip through that a little bit. Yep, just looking at all the random graves, huh? Wait a minute. Where did your thing go? Let's ask. That is a lengthy stroll. Tell me more about what you were doing. You doubt me? Show me proof that I was doing something else. Okay, whatever, man.
At sunset, I wandered to the back area to meet with Isaac. I was surprised to find an open grave with something inside. Not Isaac. I was horrified to discover that it was Isaac's dead body. That's when I called for help.
Yeah. Let's just ask.
I arrived at the...
Indeed, were you close to her father? No, but the abbot was too busy with mass preparations to hold her funeral, so I was trusted with the task. And what about the
Then
statue?
I passed through...
Was there something particular about the statue that caught your eye? Given his age, it's been immaculately maintained. The groundskeeper must be skilled. He did the Lego Yoda scream. Ah! Did he?
I was horrified to discover...
So you were the first to arrive at the grave? Yes, I was.
At sunset, I...
Did you see anyone? No. Okay. That's one set of testimony.
Praise Ain Soph. You must be the famed exorcist. It is an honor, sister. I'm Nerissa, and I serve Ain Soph by preparing the dead for burial. I take pleasure in providing cleanliness and comfort for bodies after their souls have departed.
I see. Nerissa, how did you know the victim?
Not at all. The first time I saw him, he was curled in that grave, dirty and bloody.
That's false.
The whole afternoon, I prepared Mother Miriam's body for burial. There isn't much else to tell. Early this afternoon, I informed Abraham of the funeral scheduled for this evening. Grave to tell. Once Abraham left, I started preparing the body for burial. I was alone the entire time. No one came by.
So false. But let's hear the whole testimony first, huh?
Mid-afternoon, Abraham barged into the mortuary, bellowing that the grave is now ready. I sent him away to focus. After Abraham's disturbance, I completed the embalming to the best of my humble abilities.
Getting your jog in between.
Just after dark, I heard a scream from the back field. A dead body was found. Pardon.
Agree. Okay.
Once Abraham left, I started preparing the body.
There's
for
a
burial.
little bit of a
I was
contradiction
alone
in
the
here.
entire time. No one came by.
No one came by except Lies, Nerissa. Father Augustine saw you speak to Isaac by the entrance of the mortuary. Isaac entered the mortuary. Admit it. Very well. There's no use hiding it. Please know that nothing untoward happened. The victim only stopped by for a moment. Why'd you lie about it then?
Early this afternoon, I informed Abraham of the funeral scheduled for this evening. I'm grave to tell.
Nerissa, no.
The truth is that the apprentice did come by. He asked for a bouquet for the funeral later that day.
Well,
I'm grave to tell. When I showed him the bouquet, he held it for a moment and then threw it on the floor. I suppose it wasn't to his master's tastes. I forgot to pick it back up. Then the boy asked to be taken to the rear fields before the funeral, so I led him out the back exit.
okay. Thank you. What does your sanctum tell us? A famine survivor. That's a bit out of left field, but sure. Okay. I'm gonna talk to the guy. Where is he? I forgot. Over here.
Release me! I had nothing to do with that boy.
You must be Abraham, the grave tender.
I am. I've worked here for 30 years. Worked hard without complaint. Look around you. Every bush trimmed, every headstone polished, because of me. I have done all that is asked of me, and more. Yet, the moment something goes wrong, I'm the one blamed. It's not personal. Even the most steadfast Amogus may fall prey to Lucifer's whispers, Abraham. You dug the grave in which the victim was found, didn't you? Actually, I didn't dig anything today. Then who did? How would I know? I've been busy, working, as always.
As the grave tender, any crimes that took place here are your responsibility. If you are truly innocent, hide nothing, and tell me what happened. We'll find the truth together.
I spent the early afternoon tending to the bushes by the mortuary.
Okay. Let's skip through that.
When I headed back to the mortuary, Nerissa told me there was nothing else special to do for the day. So I left her to her work. I walked through the mortuary, then headed downhill towards the benches.
Holding that sickle, huh?
I spent the remainder of the afternoon resting on a bench.
A bench.
Suddenly, I heard someone call for help from the back field. I ran over, surprised to see a dead body in the grave.
The grave that you didn't dig? Or did you? Because you did say that the grave was finished. Or so Nerissa claims. But I want to ask...
I spent the remainder of the afternoon resting on a bench.
Did you see... what's his name walking around? Maybe he was. I was elsewhere at the time. That's interesting because... he's right there. Alright. You
I
said you were
spent
tending
early
to the
afternoon
bushes.
tending to the bushes by the mortuary.
But Nerissa says you finished the grave. Not sure how that proves me wrong. Damn it. How about the shovel? You might trim the hedges most days, but you didn't today, did you? The dirt on your shovel indicates that you did, in truth, dig the grave. That's true. It's a normal part of my job. I shouldn't have lied about it. I know. I worried that if I told the truth, I thought that you'd think I killed that boy. But I didn't. When you lie to me, you veil the truth from the eye of Ein Sof. Speak the truth now. There is no room for error in this investigation. A bitch. Her dismissing him is pretty sus. Is it? Maybe? Fine. I dug the grave for the funeral. Just doing my job. But it was empty when I left it.
Nerissa told me there'd be an urgent funeral in the evening. I'm not usually told who it's for.
Grave to tell.
So I picked up the shovel and went down to the rear plot to dig a new grave.
Like how everyone's running everywhere. I mean, it's... They are running everywhere so that our patience doesn't run out, and I appreciate that, but it's still funny.
The ground was hard. Took me some time to dig that hole.
Wait a minute.
So I picked up the shovel and went down to the rear plot to dig. The ground was hard. Took me some time to dig that hole.
I build my wall. You dig a hole now. But he's got a similar voice as the guy.
I took a long break while digging. It's within my rights. There wasn't anyone else around, so it was nice and peaceful. Then I got back to it and finished digging the grave.
So it was nice and peace.
The ground was hard.
Come on.
Took me some time to dig that hole. I took a long break while digging. It's within my rights. There wasn't anyone else around, so it was nice and peaceful. Then I got back to it and finished digging the grave. When the grave was ready, I walked back to the mortuary to let Nerissa know. When I headed back to the mortuary, Nerissa told me there was nothing else special to do for the day, so I left her to her work. I walked through the mortuary, then headed downhill towards the benches.
Can I ask about these footprints? These can't be my footprints. It's true that I went inside the mortuary after working outside. That was before the rain.
After Abraham's disturbance, I completed the embalming to the best of my humble abilities.
Can you tell me about this liver? That is Mother Miriam's embalmed liver. It seems rather deformed. What happened to it? My apologies, Sister Ada. I must have mishandled it. Organs are very delicate, you know. Due to the disturbances today, I haven't been able to focus properly. What do you say about these footprints? Apologize for the filth. Normally the mortuary is kept pristine, I assure you, but today is hardly a normal day. I feel like... Is this relevant? No. Not exactly. Jacuzzi. Not quite yet, huh? I'd like to ask about the victim's body. Can we perform an autopsy on the victim's body, Nerissa? I have your multi-tool here. Is this truly necessary, Sister Ada? The victim's cause of death is quite clearly from having his throat slit. There's something peculiar about that abdominal scar. Let's reopen it and see what lies within. As you wish, sister. Please give me a moment. There, it's ready. Good. Let's have a closer look. What's this? His liver. It's loose. It's not attached to the rest of his organs at all. It's because they were traded out or something. Yeah, tell me what's up here, Nerissa? It's an embalmed liver, you can tell by the patchy coloring. But I have no idea why it would be in the victim's body when he had only just died. Yeah, she's partially embalmed. I feel like that contradicts what you were saying. Because you said you completed it. But it's not complete. Oh, did I forget to check the other guy's sanctum? I did, didn't I? The body on the embalming table has a clear incision that remains unsealed. How could you possibly claim that it is ready for burial? Sister Ada, I truly tried my best, but I could not finish the preparations in time. For you see, I misplaced my surgical tool. I searched all over the mortuary for it, but I could not find it anywhere.
Early this afternoon, mid-afternoon, Abraham barged into the mortuary. After Abraham left, I noticed that my multi-tool wasn't in my pocket. I searched all over the mortuary for it, but it was missing.
Interesting.
I did what I could without making new incisions, but that made things slower and messier. I'm not pleased with the results.
Okay, thank you. Let's have a look inside your third eye. Carnivore. A carnivore famine survivor. If she were to be possessed, it would be by Beelzebub the Gluttonous, would it not? The host is compelled to consume stranger and filthier things until nothing remains of their humanity. But we don't know that yet. It's just a possibility. Other than that, back to Abraham.
I spent the remainder of the afternoon resting on a bench.
Bench. Check his third eye. Integrity. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Integrity isn't really playing into any of one. It's playing into one of the events, which is finish digging. Let's over to Augustine. Are the gold sections the corroborated ones? Yeah, I believe so.
Observing and admiring.
Can I ask if you saw this fella then? Is that what he claims? Fascinating. Okay. What is this? That's my ether scanner. I use it to record images and parse them into glyphs. Why was it on this? Why is it on this grave? I got an achievement before. Yeah, okay. So what can we... Is this a contradiction? No, because he doesn't say anything about it specifically. As gravekeepers, responsibilities include the upkeep of cemetery grounds and preparing graves for burials. The heavily calloused hands at his sides reveals it is an arduous job. Forward to where Isaac is sitting on the bench. I tried that? Or what do you mean?
At sunset, I wandered to the back area to meet with Isaac. I was surprised to find an open grave with something inside.
There's no one on the bench. But they're not. So, yeah. They can't confirm each other's location. He says something like, "Oh, is that what he claims? Fascinating." While Abraham...
I spent the remainder of the afternoon resting on a bench.
I only arrived after he called for help, so I didn't see what he was doing then. Or if I ask about this, maybe he was. I was elsewhere at the time. He is here though in the scene, but let's ask Nerissa
without making new incisions,
about
but that
being a
made
famine
things
survivor.
slower and messier.
Without faith, I could never have persevered through those days. I am ever grateful to Ain Sof and the kind souls of our church. What about you being a carnivore? Perhaps I enjoy meat too much. But everyone has a soft spot for something, don't they? And what about Abraham's integrity? I don't know anything about this. Okay. Let's talk to Abraham.
I spent the remainder of the
Ask
afternoon
about this
resting on
sickle.
a bench.
Bench. The grass grows like weeds here. I use that to keep everything tidy and neat, the way a graveyard should be. Notice that it's my family's old grave. We're not nobility anymore, but the abbey grounds once belonged to my ancestors. It was all confiscated after my great uncle Sergius was branded a heretic. Too bad for the rest of us. Maybe it's Ein Sof's humor that I work the land now as a laborer. Life has its ups and downs. It's a good job. Do you know anything about this surgical multi-tool? That's definitely Marissa's. I've seen her using it at her table many times, getting the dead ready to rest. I suppose it cuts and injects and repairs. I've never used one myself. Do you know anything about the flowers? Nerissa makes bouquets from a flower garden nearby. Visitors sometimes use them as offerings at the graves. Augustine.
For most of the afternoon, I was walking through the graveyard. merely observing.
Did you ask for
and
flowers? It's beautiful. Was it with Isaac? I had asked him to fetch me a bouquet. Strange. Can I ask
I
you
arrived at the
about...
great-
we already talked about that. Yeah, okay.
For most of the afternoon, I was walking through the graveyard, merely observing and admiring.
Yeah, did you see this grave? Yeah, okay. How about the... Nah, I think the... We need some sort of...
Then I passed through the graveyard and... I arrived at the grave... For most of the afternoon, I was walking through the graveyard, merely observing and admiring.
What can we... Oh, that's...
I spent the remainder of the afternoon resting on a bench.
You were there until someone called for help. That's right.
I walked through the I spent the I took a look, so I picked.
Ah!
I walked through the mortuary, then headed downhill towards the benches.
You didn't run into anyone? No, no one passed by me.
For most of the afternoon, I was walking through the graveyard.
How about
merely
this?
Observing.
No. No.
After Abraham left, I noticed that my multi-tool wasn't in my pocket. I searched all over the mortuary for it, but it...
I found your multi-tool, Nerissa. I'm truly grateful, Sister Ada. Where did you find this? It was lying in the grass near the rear staircase. Impossible, unless someone else had stolen it. Surely Abraham couldn't do such a thing. When did it start raining?
Without making new incisions. After Abraham left, I noticed that
It
my
starts
multi-tool did what I
raining
could
here.
without making new incisions. After Abraham left, I noticed that my
Did you
multi-tool
actually try to
wasn't in my
finish the
pocket. Did what I
embalming?
could without making new incisions.
Or did you
That
go
made
outside to
things
search for a
slower
multi-tool?
and messier.
How did you hope to finish the embalming without your tool? I started pulling the organs out with my hands and sealing the incisions with bandages. Seems better than sitting on my hands. I have a reputation to protect. So these are not your footprints, huh? Explain these muddy footprints, Nerissa. They indicate that someone left and then returned to the mortuary during the rain. Given that Father Augustine remained outside, and that Abraham left before the rain, these must be your footprints. I'm sorry, Sister Ada, for the lies and for the filth. I can't wait to clean it up. I admit that I did step outside briefly to search for the multi-tool. But since it was raining, I couldn't find anything. So the embalming remains sadly unfinished.
Early this afternoon, after Abraham left, I noticed that my multi-tool, I was desperate to find the tool to finish my work. I tried searching outside, but I couldn't find anything in the rain. I did what I could without making new incisions, but that made things slower and messier. I'm not pleased with the results.
Let's check. The sanctum. Cannibal. Uh-oh. Hey, Nerissa, you want to tell me about being a cannibal? It's a terrible tendency of mine, but it's harmless, I assure you. I only nibble at the entrails that no one would want. Nerissa! Nerissa can have a little entrail as a treat. So now that we know that, does that mean you ate a little bit out of this? I must have mishandled it. Blah blah blah. Okay, so definitely being a little sus here, Nerissa. But it still doesn't quite add up. Like, why? Why are the livers swapped? Why is Mother Teresa's liver in Isaac? Yeah, that's not her name though, is it? Miriam. That's what I don't. Is it contradictory again with the liver here? Or this? No? You don't think so? And before, I got an achievement for finding all contradictions and psychological thingies.
Just after dark,
Oh.
I heard a scream from the back field.
Forgot to
A dead
pause,
body
I
was
guess.
found.
But I haven't gotten all of those yet. So what can we still discover before we jacuzzi? Just the fact that these guys can't corroborate that they saw each other makes me...
I was desperate to find the tool to finish my work.
I spent the remainder of the afternoon resting on a bench.
Would you? Or is your integrity too high to rest? It doesn't work like that. God damn it.
For most of the afternoon, I was walking through the graveyard, merely observing and admiring.
Why is your scanner out there? Thank you. And the iPad. Yeah, thank you. During your so-called stroll, did you drop this by any chance? I found it placed in front of a gravestone. What were you doing with it? This has nothing to do with Isaac's death. I shall be judge of that. Tell me what you were doing. I was using that scanner to recover a lost hymn for Abbot Gregory to use in tonight's mass. The last record of it is etched upon one of these gravestones.
I arrived at the grave then. I passed through the graveyard until I saw the statue of Saint Walpurga. It took me a little while, but I found it. The grave of Sergius. I placed my scanner in front of the gravestone. It would take some time to decode the etchings. Then I saw a stranger pass by. He was tall, barrel-chested. I think he was the groundskeeper.
Afterwards, I waited by the grave for my scanner to complete its task. It was taking longer than I expected, so I had to leave it.
Oh boy.
When the sun was setting, I wandered to the back area to meet with Isaac and begin the funeral. At sunset, I wandered to the back area to meet with Isaac. I was surprised to find an open grave with something inside. Isaac.
We definitely just saw
When
what's
the
her
sun was
face,
setting, I wandered to the
Narissa,
sun
run
the sun
away,
was setting. I wandered
drop
to
the
back area to
multi-tool.
meet with Isaac and begin the funeral.
What the hell? Okay, what's in your third eye, bro? Disappointment. But I want to know,
I placed my
Abraham,
I walked through the mortuary, then headed downhill towards
why
the
this
benches.
guy saw you coming from somewhere else. Lies. You didn't walk through the mortuary after speaking with Narissa. You passed by the grave. Augustine saw you coming from the backfields. Fine. I did walk through the backfields, past the grave I dug. People have always blamed me for things I didn't do, so I didn't think you'd believe me. I'm sorry. I haven't said I believe you yet, but we'll see. What was in the grave when you passed by it? Nothing. There was no body, no blood, nothing.
Narissa told me there'd be and when the grave was ready, I walked back to the mortuary to let Narissa know.
Pardon.
When I passed by the grave.
Hang on.
When the grave was ready, I walked back to the mortuary to let Nerissa know.
There's a voice line missing here. Nerissa told me she was in the middle of a delicate procedure, so I left the way I came in.
Digging grave.
Pardon.
When I passed by the grave, it was still empty.
She was murdering him. That's when she was doing it.
I walked through the walls to reach the front field. I suppose that's when the scholar saw me. I spent the remainder of the afternoon resting on a bench.
Bench. So did you see this then? It seems like you saw that. I didn't see him myself since I was busy with the headstone. What do you mean? But it makes sense, doesn't it? And it's the only time he could have headed towards the grave. Yeah, okay. Third eye time. Why did Isaac drop the bouquet? Because he was being murdered. Last scion. Let's ask about that. About 100 years ago, the church decided Sergius, my great-uncle, was a heretic, which I suppose he was. But ever since, they persecuted my family, confiscated everything we owned, noble to laborers overnight. I'm all that's left of Sergius's line. I took this job to somehow keep working my ancestral lands, one way or another. I was bitter when I started out, but I've discovered the work suits me. Maybe this was all Ein Sof's plan after all. And, Augustine?
When the sun was setting, I wandered to the back area.
Tell me
to
about
meet
your
with Isaac and
disappointment.
begin the funeral.
Isaac could have been an eminent scholar if only he was more disciplined and rigorous in his thinking. I admit, I sometimes felt he was wasting his gift. His death is even more of a waste, of course. But there are more contradictions to find.
I spent the remainder of the afternoon resting on a bench.
Unless Father Augustine claims that he saw you kneeling by the headstone. He mentioned it himself too. I was busy with the headstone, he said. Admit it, Abraham. You weren't resting at all. Fine. I had to tend to the grass around the graves. I didn't mention it because I thought it made me look suspicious. Now you've made yourself even more suspicious. Amend your testimony. Trim grass.
Nerissa told me that when I walked, I had a sickle with me because I wanted to trim the grass around a grave in the front field. I had a sickle with me because I wanted to trim the grass around a grave in the front field.
Show me your sanctum. Grief. Tell me about your grief, Abraham. I will never forget that night. Someone torched our home, trying to burn us alive. Of course, the guards never caught the arsonist. How could they, when it almost certainly was one of their own?
I was horrified to discover that it was Isaac's dead body. That's when I called for help.
Physicality, graveyard scheduling, I guess.
Afterwards, I waited by the grave for my scanner to complete its task. It was taking longer than I expected, so I had to leave it.
I arrived at the graveyard with Isaac for Mother Miriam's funeral. Isaac headed to the mortuary on a mic.
I don't know what I'm asking myself either. I just know that there's more contradictions. A grave? What do you mean by a grave?
It took me a little while, but I placed my scanner in front of the grave.
Afterwards, I waited by the grave for my scanner to complete its task. It was taking longer than I expected, so I had to leave it.
Abraham said he tended a grave, but it's his family grave, so it's a bit more significant than just a grave. Yeah, but I don't think that's relevant. This is verified. It's all verified. Except for his grave digging, which is we have no reason to believe isn't true. No, I'm thinking Narissa just slashed Isaac, swapped the livers for some reason. She wanted a fresh one, I guess. Yum yum. Dumped him out in the grave. I'm not sure why, but what the? But I am still missing some contradictions and psychology on Augustine.
Then I passed through the
There's no
graveyard
contradiction
until I
here,
saw the
but
statue of
thanks. I ask about the statue. Ah, good old Saint Walpurga. Are you quizzing me about your own patron saint? I'm asking what it means to you, Father. Very well. It honors her final memory against Lucifer in the Abbey's chapel, a true holy site. For 111 years, no demons had been sighted in our world, until today. Oh
when
wait,
the sun was setting,
can I
wandered at
ask?
sunset.
Did you see anyone? No, I was the only one there.
When the
Oh,
sun was setting, I wandered.
so you instructed Isaac to meet you in the rear field at dusk? That was the plan, yes. I expected to have found a grave and finished the decoding by this point. Isaac would meet me in the rear field with the bouquet, and we would attend the funeral.
Afterwards, I...
What were you trying to decode? I did that already, I think.
I placed. It took me a...
How did you find the grave?
Then I arrived at the grave.
What what's the contradiction? What is he contradicting? Or can there be like contradictions left on the others? Like,
The truth is that the apprentice did come by. He asked for a bouquet for the funeral later that day.
like
Then the
I don't
boy
think
asked to be
this
taken
works,
to the rear
but
field before the funeral, so I let him out the back.
no. Damn it, I feel like we definitely have enough to accuse, but I want to know everything. I want to know all of it. Ah.
At sunset, I wandered to the back area to meet with Isaac. I was surprised to find an open grave with something inside. When the sun was setting, I wandered to the back area to meet with Isaac and begin the funeral.
What? What's the
It
contradiction?
took me a little while, but I found it. The grave of Sergius.
Wait, Sergius. That's the name of that's the name of the heretic in Abraham's family. So it's the wrong grave. Is that the contradiction here?
I placed my scanner in front of the gravestone.
How do I... Why am I misremembering? Abraham.
When I passed by the grave, it was still empty, ready for the funeral. I had a sickle with me because I wanted...
Yeah, the sickle, yeah. Tell me about your group. No, well, yeah. Tell me about you being the Sergius. Yeah. Hmm.
Afterwards, I waited by the grave for my scanner to complete its task. It was taking
I don't
longer than
know.
I expected, so I had to leave.
I mean, I probably can't double check that it's the correct grave. Or maybe that's how I do it. Augustine. Search for
It
grave.
took me a little while, but I found it. The
Contradict.
grave of Sir.
No? How about
I
this
placed
one?
my scanner in front of the gravestone.
Contradict
It
there?
will take some time.
Present the scanner itself? Yeah, what do you... That's how we... Pretty sure that's how we...
Afterwards, I waited by the grave for my scanner to complete its task.
I think that's how we got here to begin.
I placed my scanner in front of the gravestone.
I don't know what I'm asking either. The grave of Sergius. Can I ask Abraham
When I
about
passed by the grave,
this? He's looking for Sergius's grave? What does he want with it?
when I passed by the...
Okay.
I had a sickle with me because I wanted to...
I guess it's, there's no contradiction.
When the sun was setting,
His
I
grave's
wandered to
just
the back
different from
area
the
to
rest
meet
of the
with
families.
Isaac and begin the funeral.
Which makes sense if he was the one heretic there, you know.
I arrived at the graveyard with Isaac for Mother Miriam's funeral. Isaac headed to the mortuary. I arrived at the graveyard with Isaac for Mother Miriam's funeral. Isaac headed to the mortuary on a minor errand.
Damn it! I want it all figured out, but I don't know how. You can figure it out. You think? I can't though. Now I feel like I'm starting to start to like brute force it, but there's so many options you can't really brute force it. It's the butler did it. I mean, hi Meep. I wasn't expecting to see you again. What a nice surprise. I had to think for a second if I accidentally left the category on Hellsign, but I hope you're well. I'm really stuck. I forgot to hit the button yesterday. I don't know which button you mean. But I'm a bit stuck. Like I can progress here because I can accuse the villain, but I'm still missing them. You'll find out later. Concentrate on the puzzle. Okay. But I'm trying to, I guess, 100% it by. Are you familiar with this game at all? Lucifer Within Us. I want to figure out what this guy's lying about. Not at all. Yeah, okay. It's detective stuff, except you're religious and doing exorcisms because the culprit's possessed by a demon. And we're pretty sure Nerissa is the one
The
possessed.
apprentice did come by. He asked for a bouquet for the funeral later that day.
She killed a guy and cut his liver out and ate a part of it, and then tried to, I don't know, get away with it. So I'm sure we can figure that out. But I'm trying.
I arrived at the graveyard with Isaac for Mother Miriam's funeral.
To
Isaac
contradict
headed to the mortuary on a minor errand.
This guy's timeline. I'm just really struggling with it. So far, it seems similar to another game I played, which is Unheard, but there you listen to a set of events from different rooms in a building. Yeah, I tried playing Unheard, I think. And maybe I did the first mission or whatever you should call it. First, word missing. But for some reason it fell off from my interest. I might try it again at some point, but I'm familiar, yeah. First case, yeah, case. That's definitely it, yeah. I do like the deduction games. But at sometimes I'm not good at the deduction part. But like, he did leave the scanner. We can see it. We can see it down
I waited
there.
by the grave for my scanner to complete its task. It was taking longer than I expected, so I had to leave it.
Like, what could possibly be a reason for lying about any of these things?
When the sun was setting.
So you instructed Isaac to meet you in the rear field at dusk. That was the plan, yes. I expected to have found the grave and finished the decoding by this point. Isaac would meet me in the rear field with the bouquet, and we would attend the funeral. Yeah, Isaac headed to the mortuary on a minor errand. Yep. That's getting a bouquet is a minor errand. But why are you not specific about it? I looked up a guide. You're gonna have to look closer at a certain item.
On a minor errand.
Look closer. Like, look closer, but I can only. Do I need to present an item to a person? Yes. Because I can't investigate, like, I can't examine items more than I already have, but I guess I need to ask. I don't know. I'll just ask everyone about everything, I guess, although that kind of sucks. Asking about graveyard schedule. This is a smaller branch in the cemetery, quieter space for more wealthy patrons. No other burials. Yeah, how about the bouquet? Yeah, I've asked about it, I'm pretty sure. Have you seen this? I don't know, it feels silly to brute force it. Have you seen this? You don't know what that is. Augustine, how about the sickle? Yep. I've asked about that. I've asked about... There's a contradiction between one testimony and an item, but I'm not sure how you're supposed to figure it out. Oh my god. So you've read a guide, but you're still not sure how you're supposed to figure it out. Like you've read... You've read the guide. Do you think I could figure it out? Maybe I'm wrong. Let me read the rest.
I arrived at the graveyard with Isaac for Mother Miriam's funeral.
Yeah, I don't quite know what you're asking. No. Yeah, okay. Why are you here, Fog? Oh, I was thinking this all the way at the start, maybe, but why visit a graveyard today? You seem to already know why. Mortuary's visitation records show that Abbot Gregory granted you unrestricted access. What is it that you're looking for? How is this a contradiction, though? The reasons for my visit are of no importance to your investigation. It has no bearing on how Isaac died. Tell me anyway, I want the whole truth. If you must know, I am here to examine the grave of Father Sergius. We kind of know that. Sergius is a heretic who lived during Saint Walpurgis' time. Scholarly pursuits, nothing of import. Okay.
My true reason for coming here was to find the grave of Father Sergius. Isaac was sent to the mortuary to pick up flowers that I ordered for Mother Miriam's funeral. I saw someone greet him at the door.
Hello.
Then I passed through the graveyard until I saw the statue of Saint Walpurga.
Yeah.
What craftsmanship, and so well maintained.
Check that third eye, bitch. Admiration. Yeah, I don't know, that was a bit rough, because it wasn't exactly a contradiction. I mean, he was here, and then he was asked to help with the funeral, I think, but... let's ask him about his admiration. I admire Father Sergius, despite his disgraced reputation. Only the truly inspired among us would dare to defy the teaching of the Church to find truth. Okay.
When I
Good,
showed
good,
him the
good.
bouquet, he held it for a moment and then threw it on the floor. I suppose it wasn't to his master's tastes. I forgot to pick it back up.
Well, Nerissa. Preparing the body occupied me the entire afternoon. When could I have done such a thing? You did that when you were alone with Isaac. You killed Isaac while he was visiting the mortuary to fetch the bouquet. I admit he came by, but he left shortly afterwards. If he died in the mortuary, why was his body found in the grave? Because his body was moved. This was when it happened. It happened when you claimed to have been searching outside. After you dismissed Abraham, you weren't searching for the multi-tool. You dragged the victim's body to the grave, hoping to bury it before anyone arrived. If you think I did it, then tell me, how could I have done it? Do you see a weapon anywhere? No, but your beloved multi-tool. The surgical multi-tool. It's designed for precise incisions into hardened tissue. It would have sliced through a living body with ease. Besides, nothing else could have allowed the killer to seal the wound on the victim's stomach. Motive. I'd never even met the victim before today. Why would I want to kill him? What would I gain? You would gain his liver because you are a cannibal. Your austere childhood has led you to develop a deep craving for exotic meats, especially a certain rare flesh that had sustained you in a time of need. Working as an embalmer must have tempted you day in and day out. You were so virtuous for so long. You would handle the organs as part of preparing the bodies. You could easily imagine the taste, the texture, yet you resisted. Then Isaac arrived, and the demon spoke. You could no longer ignore your hunger. A fresh, juicy liver at your fingertips. It would be so much tastier than the cold entrails you'd handled from corpses. All you had to do is slit open his stomach like you've done hundreds of times before.
Ein Sof sees all, Nerissa. You are the only person who could have killed Isaac.
Mask off.
Do you deny it?
Curse you, and curse Ein Sof. How can the eye see all? Does it see my suffering? Where was Ein Sof when my family was dying in the street, chewing on leather just to live another day?
The famine was a test, Nerissa. Ein Sof wanted you to demonstrate your faith, your will to live.
Have you ever felt true hunger? When you haven't eaten for days, reality shifts. The body needs.
We all have our challenges set out before us, Nerissa. Some more difficult than others.
Do you think I was the only one that fed on human flesh?
It's not for me to judge what you did back then. That's between you and your confessor.
Gotta be honest, the phrase demonstrate your faith makes me want to punch the speaker. Fully agree. Yep. Not in love with those kinds of that kind of rhetoric.
But today, you murdered an innocent youth so that you could feed on his liver. A daemon has possessed you. Confess, Nerissa. Speak the truth. It is time.
Early this afternoon, I informed Abraham of the funeral scheduled for this evening. I'm grave to tell.
Nerissa, no.
The truth is, that boy did come by. He asked for a bouquet for the funeral later that day. I'm grave to tell. when I brought him to the bouquet table. I don't know what came over me. The hunger clenched my belly suddenly. I've seen the butchers do it. It only took a quick slash to his throat, and he fell to the floor. I knew where to get the best cut. His liver. It was still warm. I couldn't believe the taste. Like nothing I've eaten before. Heavenly. Then, Abraham barged into the mortuary, bellowing that the grave is now ready. I sent him away to focus. My senses were returning, and I cleaned up my mess. I sealed the boy's body, putting the liver from the body I had been embalming inside and sealing it.
The noises.
I carried him to the new grave and quickly tossed him in. I heard someone coming, so I didn't have time to bury him. I was shaking with adrenaline. In my hurry to return to the mortuary, my multi-tool must have slipped out of my apron's pocket. I stored what was left of the liver among the other entrails, hoping to finish it later. I wanted to savor its deep, rich flavors. Sooner than I anticipated, I heard a scream from the backfield. Someone had already discovered the body. Pardon.
Gods are assholes. Power makes assholes given demons outside of God's politicians. Man, she's got some arms on her. Birds are not light. Livers give you strength. Yeah. Yeah, no, she just... No problem. Carried that guy. And then dropped him like a sack of potatoes. Alright. Show yourself, demon.
Larissa's wretched soul is twisted by demonic influence. I must speak the daemon's true name. Then the daemon will be cast
Oh, they say
out
daemon, huh?
and be banished to the ether.
Not daemon.
Ain Soph, guide me. What daemon has possessed Nerissa?
I name thee Beelzebub. No. Jeff.
Out, Beelzebub! Leave this soul and return whence you came.
No! We must feed! Nerissa, delicious, scrumptious little morsel. We must have more. The hunger is an endless pit. More!
Speak, Beelzebub. Why has your kind returned?
Hunger is a primal need. Just as you feed on lesser life forms, growing them in captivity for slaughter, we feed on you, the meat of your emotions, the marrow of your deepest desires.
You will prey upon us no longer, Beelzebub. Return to the ether and never come back.
I never return.
I must obey for now, but we won't be gone too long. Tonight, Lucifer will open the gates of hell. I won't be the only one allowed to feast. Ada, you juicy little morsel, we shall devour you soon. You and all the other delicacies.
Nerissa. Do you hear me, Nerissa? Was I too late?
Oh, she's not gonna do the rest of the line. Does nothing remain of your soul?
Goodbye, Nerissa. May Ain Soph make you whole again.
Wow, anticlimactic banishment. A little bit, maybe. I mean, the visual's neat.
So this is the power of an exorcist. I've dreamed of seeing this.
It looks a bit different than I imagined, however.
Oh,
What's happening to her?
Augustine is also disappointed that it was anticlimactic.
Ada, look out!
Huh?
Huh?
Halt, Nerissa. Good. I've stunned her.
I've stunned her.
Are you all right, Sister Ada?
Yes. You came just in time. My thanks, Virgil.
Ein Sof, save us. Another possession. Another killing. How is this possible? Who is responsible? Virgil, you have failed us. How could you allow this to happen?
Unfortunately, Father, I believe you are primarily responsible. We should have listened to Ada. She warned us about the contaminated body, and its demons spread, just as she said.
Wait, but he says demons. Ada said demons, and Virgil's saying demons. You have failed me for the last time.
We must act now. We can't waste any more time bickering about who's to blame. The daemon within Nerissa spoke of Lucifer's return. He walks among us.
Among us.
It's perverse that they would return now on the holiest of days. Why? Are we being punished?
It doesn't matter why. The Abbey is unsafe, Father. Cancel the Mass. Send the pilgrims home. If you proceed, you are risking all their lives.
No, Father, you must stay the course. We've worked too hard for this moment. I have decoded the ancient hymn of communion. The Mass can proceed as planned.
Okay, well now Augustine's looking real sus. Because the hymn of communion that he decoded is from the grave of a heretic. So why are we using that? Wrong grave. What do you mean wrong grave? No, he was at Sergius's grave, the heretic's grave. No? No, well, heretical grave hymn, what could go wrong? Yeah, no. So, they were a noble family, and then Sergius did a bad thing. They probably had their noble graves, and then Sergius was not a noble anymore, so then he got a regular shitty grave. Wasn't he Abraham's ancestor? Yes. But there were dead people in that noble line before, so I assume that's their stuff. But then Sergius wasn't, no one after Sergius was allowed there. But yeah. So
This chance will not come again for another century. It's literally the last chance we have in our lifetimes.
It's literally... Why does that sound so funny when he says it like that? It's literally the last chance we have in our lifetimes.
What is the significance of that hymn? Why must it be sung tonight?
According to Augustine's research, it honors Saint Walpurga and her victory, in a way uniquely pleasing to Ein Sof.
Literally...
I protest. But if you absolutely must hold the Mass, at least allow me to guard you at the altar.
No, Ada. Don't let them do this.
You are putting yourself in danger. What if you were possessed?
According to the suspicious guy, blood sacrifice is totally a holy thing. Yeah. To be fair, don't Christians drink the blood of Christ? So it's totally a normal religious...
That may be unwise, Father. Surely if things are as dangerous as you say, no
They
one
do,
should
yeah.
be trusted.
Oh, and eat his flesh too? Yeah. Yikes.
How do we know this supposed exorcist is not the pawn of Lucifer?
Augustine, you're looking more sus by the second.
That's absurd! You witnessed the exorcism!
No, I saw her turn a woman into a rabid beast.
partake of the blood and body of Christ.
What really transpired in the ether when she supposedly exorcised these demons?
We had a dance party. That's the truth.
She invokes the demons' names. She knows them more intimately than any of us.
Kind of cult-like, to be honest. What? Religion adjacent to cults? No like about it.
I speak their names to control them and then banish them. You know this.
Or perhaps you are being used by them. How would we know?
Wow, 5 minutes ago you were a fanboy about the exorcism, and now this? Huh.
The only thing that possesses me is the flame of Ein Sof. I shouldn't have to defend myself.
Actually, what Augustine says makes sense. We should be extra cautious, just in case.
Yeah, Abbot Gregory, you're going to die.
I don't want you at the Mass. If you truly believe Lucifer lurks at my abbey, find him. Unmask him. Search the grounds as you like, but stay away from the chapel or I will have you put in a cell. Nothing can be permitted to interrupt the Mass and the hymn. Especially after the events of today, Saint Walpurga deserves to be honored for her victories. Inquisitor, Augustine, come. We have much to prepare.
Very wise, Father. As always. Farewell, sister.
It would be best if you were wrong, Ada.
Oh. But I'm filled with dread.
That's because it is. Lucifer will strike tonight, Virgil. I only pray he strikes at me instead of at the Mass.
It would be for the best if you were wrong, Ada, but I'm filled with dread. That's because it is. What is? It is. They must have cut dialogue, rewritten dialogue without. Lucifer will strike tonight, Virgil. I won't pray he strikes at me instead of at the Mass.
Stay vigilant.
Poisoned by Father Augustine against me, Abbot Gregory ordered I remain outside the chapel for his Mass. At midnight, the gathered pilgrims lifted their voices in praise to Ein Sof, but they were cut short by a thunderous crash. Another soul taken. It's better to murder him now, raise the overall intelligence of the area. Saint Walpurga's Abbey Chapel.
Virgil, where's Abbot Gregory? What interrupted his Mass?
Poisoned against me by Father Augustine. Is this a non-English dub? It usually is when the grammar's a bit, you know, funky and improvised. It's I mean, I understand it happens, but it's unfortunate in games that have been out for like a year or more that they haven't gone back and fixed things like that. It's Kid Fox? Okay, now they have no excuse. I'm not familiar. It's an established developer / publisher.
The abbot. His death was the interruption. A third murder, I'm afraid. The lights went out during Mass. Moments later, the statue of Saint Walpurga crashed down from the ceiling, impaling Abbot Gregory with its spear.
The spear. The guy supported Dwarf Fortress and did all of the translations. Wow. Okay. Huh. Okay. Anyways, the spear that Augustine wanted the other guy to make. So it's all Augustine. It's all been Augustine this whole time. The spear. I can even see it in the background. It looks like the blueprint.
An assassination then. But why? We must determine who is possessed immediately. Examining the facts will reveal Ainsof's truth. How was the statue held in place?
Due to its weight, we had to rely on using aether-powered restraints to hang it above the altar. Which means the killer must have sabotaged the 2 power generators on the balcony floor. There were only 2 people on the balcony during the mass. I've detained them for interrogation. I've sent the pilgrims back to town, lest they panic and disturb the evidence.
Excellent work, Virgil. Who are the suspects? You said there were 2.
You already know them. Brother Gideon and Father Augustine.
Gideon!
Since you are a key witness to the events, I will of course hear your testimony as well.
Virgil?
May Ainsof show us the truth behind all of today's events.
Yeah, this time we can interrogate Virgil as well, which makes me think that perhaps I am correct in my earlier assessment that our closest ally is in fact the devil in disguise. Yeah, they're Montreal based too, so that is not a good sign. Oh man. I think I'm gonna take a short break for just a bit of food refill, because this is obviously last level of the game, last case. So I think, how long have I been playing actually? 180-ish minutes. How long is that? Is that 3 hours? Are we thinking this last case will take less than an hour? Because it feels a bit silly to quit and continue tomorrow. And then it's gonna be pretty short. Or do I don't know, break or... Stream has been live 3 hours, 21 minutes, yeah, so... If I try to finish up tonight or if I keep the rest for tomorrow. I'll take a short snack break and get through the rest of the game tonight. I think so. So if anyone else wants to get a snack or a nap, here's your opportunity. Oh, I will. Nice, yeah. But I'll hop us over to will be this scene, yes, and put the music back on. I don't know how long it'll be. I'm thinking 10 minutes or less. Hopefully. See you in a bit. I'm still eating a little bit. How about the rest of you? I got a small microwave pizza. You judged me for the microwave pizza? Oh, Meep. Oh, Meep, you know nothing. You know nothing of me. You don't pour my cereal. You expect me to, like, cook something in the 10 minutes while I'm taking a break on stream? Besides, this brand is tasty. Or you're just craving some gluten, at least put it in the oven. I don't think you... Can you even put these ones in the oven? Alice, do you know Billis Pizza? Are they ovenable? I mean, of course you can, but do they have... Has anyone ever put a Billy's Pizza in the oven? Anyways, why are you falling asleep? We've still got one more exorcism to handle. It's probably possible to check the package. Yeah, I mean, of course it's possible. It's I'm eating. An air fryer works really well for that sort of thing. Yeah, I'm going back and forth on if I should get an air fryer or not, because I just don't have space. There's a lot of like kitchen gadgets that would be nice to have, but I don't have anywhere to put that stuff. I have a blender. I've still got some left to eat, but I feel like I could get back into gaming. Although, Aisha, are you back? I should have asked ahead of time if I should wait until she was back. Which button switch? This one? Yay. I have the numpad plugged in simply to have... only to have... macros. To be able to swap scenes on OBS. Between my two scenes. Standby and gaming. Statue. A hanging stone statue of Saint Walpurga. It was recently outfitted with a spear relic and suspended above the altar using aether restraints. And spear held by the statue of Saint Walpurga, appears to have etheric mechanisms of unknown origin. Abbot Gregory's body. Abbot Gregory was stabbed through the chest by the statue's spear while giving his communion mass. Stairs. More of the devil's lettuce. There! The abbey has been cleansed of the devil's herb. The devil's herb? Sister Ada, those appear to be pieces of cilantro. Do not speak its name. It makes shudder just thinking about that disgusting soapy flavor. I quite like it with beef soup, personally. Adds a bright, refreshing flavor. Enough, Virgil. Let's speak of this no more and return to the investigation. Yeah. Organ. A massive musical instrument similar to the organ in the cybernetics tower, which was also used for murder. West generator. This generator normally powers the lights and the aether restraints, in conjunction with its counterpart in the east balcony. It's been fried by some sort of etheric discharge. Ritual hammer. A two-handed bronze hammer used to ring the ritual bell during mass. Ritual bell. An old bronze bell rung during mass. Bong. Ding dong, big bong. Oh, ow. Cybernetic remains. Found near the power generator in the east balcony, overloaded and shattered to bits. Oh, how much chewing can you hear? I hope it's not a lot. This generator normally powers the lights and the aether restraints, in conjunction with its counterpart in the west balcony. It's been fried by some sort of etheric discharge. Not a lot, but a bit then. Should just move the mic a bit more when I chew. Choo choo. Do we have any more evidence to be found? Not sure. Abbot Gregory, victim. Just want us to say not a lot, that's all. Yeah. Mission accomplished. Elderly Patriarch of the Abbey. Tonight was supposed to be his final mass before retirement. Oh no, he was one mass away from retirement. Augustine, a visiting scholar who studies daemons and the other, met at the mortuary. Gideon, cybernetician who played the organ during the ceremony. He was suspected of murdering Mother Miriam, but his brother Reuben framed him. Matt Damon. Yeah. I didn't I make that joke just as you arrived? Or was it earlier or later? Refreshed. Are you refreshed, Aisha, or did you refresh the stream? I would also like to feel refreshed. Virgil. I think I arrived after that. Yeah. I mean, I'm refreshed. Okay, yeah. Slurp. Good. Nice. Inquisitor at the Abbey. While Virgil has been a stalwart ally, I cannot discount the possibility that he may be guilty. That is so true. Okay. Are we getting dad jokes now? Meep, are you a dad? Don't say that, Aisha. An uncle, yeah, you know, it's somehow better and worse at the same time. They're all guilty, just burn them all. Yeah, I feel that, absolutely. Just to get it over with, you know. Let's start out with our mate, Virgil, huh? Sister, we must bring divine justice upon the sinner who killed Abbot Gregory. I only wish I could act as Inquisitor here, but I submit to your authority. This is what I witnessed tonight.
We arrived shortly before the mass began.
Oh, and some voice lines are just missing. The abbot ordered me to patrol the balcony.
Inquisitor, prepare.
As you command. I began my patrol by securing the east side of the balcony. I saw Gideon examining the ritual bell.
Skip forward a little bit. Sure, it looks like Gideon. You're over at Jenny, no issues, right?
Then, I patrolled the south balcony.
I'd feel super weird if my siblings had kids. I'm an aunt and it doesn't feel right. I've been one for like 12 years now, but I'm only in my 20s. Yeah, to be fair, for you, Alice, you're the oldest sibling. But Aisha, you're not the oldest sibling, so... Unless something's changed. Patrol. No issues.
Everything appeared to be in order, so I ended my patrol and watched over the chapel from the south balcony.
Haven't been disowned yet. Yet. There's still time to achieve your dreams in life.
As I heard the ritual bell ring for the second time, the lights went out.
The second time?
Everything appeared as I heard.
Did we skip ahead
to be in
it
order.
ringing once?
I patrolled the south. Everything appeared to be in order, so I ended my patrol. As I heard the ritual bell ring for the second time, the lights went out. I suspected foul play, so I headed towards the west generator. Along the way, I discovered Gideon lying unconscious.
Oh, what's going on? Isn't the first ring the call to mass? First ring was east balcony. Okay.
To
Definitely.
protect the remaining generator,
I'm paying
I
attention.
ran towards the east balcony. Along the way, I heard an explosion.
Uh-huh.
Then, the statue's aether restraints deactivated, dropping and impaling Abbot Gregory. May he rest in peace. When I arrived at the generator, Augustine was standing nearby, smirking at the carnage he caused. I arrested him there and then.
Oh, okay. Maybe you're all working together. You're all Lucifer. Surely Lucifer's so powerful. With the ability to possess multiple people at the same time, you know? Dang it, and he was so suspicious earlier. Way too obvious to be him now. Yeah. But to like in the first, after the first case, when the abbot showed up, Alice was like, that guy's gonna be Lucifer. And I was like, no, I think Virgil might be Lucifer. And I'm still rolling with that a little bit. But I'm also like, it should just be all of them. All of them. Everyone. Every single one. Let's leave. Talk to Gideon.
This can't be happening. Yet another death? Am I to be blamed again?
As said, burn them all. Correct.
Calm yourself, Gideon.
Morally correct decision. Ada is Lucifer. Yeah, but we weren't here, so... I am innocent. Even more, I'm a victim here. I was attacked. Surely that puts me above suspicion. You were attacked? By whom? I couldn't see them, whoever it was. They attacked me from behind. I was knocked unconscious until the guards found me.
At the start of the night, I was waiting near the organ.
It was me all along. Aisha, god damn it.
As you command.
Okay, but Gideon said, no, I mean Virgil said he saw you by the ritual bell. Wait, didn't Virgil say he saw Gideon by the well? Exactly, Meep, exactly. But let's hear the full testimony.
When the mass began, I played the entry hymn on the organ. I think I played well enough, though I didn't have much time to practice it.
Fern 6th degree coming in clutch. Yo, actually? Actually?
After the opening hymn, I listened to Abbot Gregory's sermon. It was a pretty good one.
Actually. Cool. Are you... So... But if it's coming in clutch in the game, are you using it in your work life too? Or did you just got a degree for fun? And someone knocks him unconscious.
When the ritual of communion began, someone attacked me from behind. I fell unconscious until just now.
Yeah, I did a master's in analytical science, and I'm now doing a PhD. I'm not familiar with levels of degrees and education. PhDs nuts. Thank you, Aisha, for the scathing commentary. PhD, is that doctorate? So like, yeah, PhD will legally allow me to call myself a doctor. Dr. Meep, hell yeah. Yeah, I hope you get that sorted. Good luck with that. That sounds cool. Okay, so I think Virgil's testimony is incorrect here, but I'll be changing my Twitch name when it works out. Hell yeah. Let's contradict that. Lies, Gideon. Virgil saw you standing near the ritual bell prior to mass. What were you doing? Really? I'm innocent, but maybe the attack damaged my memory. What you say does sound familiar. Did I misremember? I do recall being by the bell. When exactly did that happen? Let me think. All of this is weird.
Given the tragic events of this morning, I examined the condition of the east generator to ensure the safety of the chapel.
Inquisitor, prepare.
As you command.
Next, I checked the ritual bell. As I was doing this, I saw Inquisitor Virgil gazing at the altar.
Gazing at the altar. Oh, like he walked all the way over there?
I
Did
knew
he
Mass was
say
about to
that?
begin, so I
In-
headed back to the organ.
Anyway, what's inside you now, Gideon? Are you still a narcissist? Shattered confidence. Oh no. Poor guy.
I began
Virgil.
my patrol by securing the east side of the balcony.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
I
you
saw
were there.
Gideon examining the ritual bell.
Tiny bit of contradiction here. Or like missing information. Why do you lie, Virgil? Gideon saw you on the balcony looking down upon the abbot and Augustine. I didn't want to distract you with trivial details. It's true that I was watching the two of them. I suspected Father Augustine was up to something. Okay.
We arrived shortly before the mass began. At the abbot's behest, I patrolled the upper floor of the chapel. First, I went up the balcony, but I listened in on the abbot and Augustine. I think they were discussing the ritual of communion. I was suspicious of Augustine, but I continued my duties by continuing my patrol.
Yeah. We're gonna solve the case before even talking to Augustine, aren't we? No. I'm talking to Augustine now. Wait, I forgot to look into his sanctum. Third eye. Wrath. Hey, my dude. Why are you so angry? Divine justice must be served, Sister Ada. By Ein Soph's will, I shall punish the sinners among us. It is my duty and my pleasure, as it is yours, I believe. Let's ask Gideon about his shattered confidence. One of the great sins, not a good look. Especially, well, the thing is, we're looking for Lucifer, right? But we also have Satanas the Vengeful here. A furious daemon that stokes the simmering rage within the host, preys upon the fervent and the righteous, goading them to take matters into their own hands. So now I'm worried, you know, we're not even gonna find Lucifer, we're just gonna find... Ah well. What's up, Gideon? How's your confidence? I have done nothing wrong, but I can't help worrying that I'm slipping under the pressure somehow. Feel a little bit sorry for the guy. Augustine.
Ah, poor Abbot Gregory. We had such hopes and plans together. If only he had listened to your sage advice, Sister Ada. Perhaps he would be safe now.
Oh, so here's the thing. Augustine is Lucifer. Virgil is possessed by that other demon that we just read about. Satanas. Maybe there are multiple outcomes depending on whom you accuse. Maybe? But I feel like we probably can't, because of the way it's, well, because of the way the mechanics work. Like I can't accuse the wrong guy of the murder and go forth with it. God, he bounces back and forth so much. Yeah, that's because he is the devil.
You. I cannot ignore that you are the link. Everything that has happened today points back to you, Augustine.
It must be a tragic coincidence. The abbot was my friend and trusted ally. I wished him no harm.
Explain your actions. What were you doing on the balcony?
With Mother Miriam's passing, Abbot Gregory needed someone to ring the ritual bell. I volunteered. It was an honor. The abbot, Virgil, and I arrived at the chapel just before the Mass. Inquisitor, prepare.
He could do a better job of being non-suspicious, really. Yeah, I think he enjoys being suspicious, though.
As you command.
When I headed to my seat for the Mass to begin, I was rather excited for the proceedings.
Was that a bell tolled? Was that just ambient sound? Ambient? I can see two contradictions already. Alright, Mr. Forensic scientist.
We began by singing the hymn of communion. It was glorious.
Yeah, I mean, for one, Virgil saw Augustine speaking to the abbot.
When the sermon started, I headed to the balcony to prepare to ring the bell. I rang the bell to announce the start of communion. I'd noticed Gideon was absent from the other balcony, but didn't think much of it at the time. I rang the bell a second time.
Hovering.
Suddenly, the lights went out and the chapel was covered in darkness. I stood calmly by the bell, waiting for someone to fix the problem. Moments later, the statue dropped from the ceiling. And I saw the abbot impaled by the statue. I'll never forget that image. That's when Virgil arrested me.
Oh. But he said you were nearby. Standing somewhere else. Okay, let's start with this, I guess. Oh, that's loud. The eavesdropping. Lies. Virgil saw you speak to the abbot. What were you discussing? Ah, he saw us. Very well. Abbot Gregory and I did speak by the altar, it's true. We were discussing the ritual of communion. We wanted everything to be perfect.
The abbot, Virgil, and I arrived at the chapel just before the Mass. At the altar, the abbot and I discussed the ritual significance of the Mass tonight.
Blah 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 blah. Never mind, yeah.
When I headed to my seat for the Mass to begin, I was rather excited for the proceedings.
Yeah, of course you were excited. Ritual of communion. What do you... That's your psychology? Through his research on demons, Augustine was able to discover a way to reach out into the aether and commune with spirits therein. Abbot Gregory and I were trying to achieve communion, a state in which Ein Sof can speak directly to our hearts. Ein Sof wasn't always so silent, you know. Everyone would hear his voice, and it was no metaphor. But since demons were sealed away by Saint Walpurga, Ein Sof has also become silent. Is that because Ein Sof is also a demon? The church pretends they can hear what the layfolk can't, but what if we could all hear Ein Sof again? The boundary between the physical and ethereal realms are the thinnest at this abbey, where Walpurga sealed it. On Walpurgisnacht, it becomes thinner still, a cyclical resonance every 111 years. By having the faithful sing in unison, we hope to break Walpurga's seal and witness Ein Sof once more. Unrelated to anything, but I've been addicted to easy peel oranges recently. Easy peel oranges or clementines? I guess clementines, the small ones. Probably clementines then. Easy peel oranges? What does that mean? I mean, I guess Meep is explaining that it's actually just clementines, but why are they called easy peel oranges? Because they have a thinner skin? Do you say that? What do you call it? I like them with some sourness. Sometimes I open one that's just pure sweet and watery. Nasty. Yeah. You want them to be... They're specifically bred clementines that don't hold their skin on as tightly and it's easier to tear the skin. Okay, I've never heard easy peel oranges. But, you know, I'd probably like them because I struggle peeling oranges and some clementines. Ireland just calls them easy peelers. That's funny. Easy peelers. Hell yeah. And then this is contradicted by this.
I'll never
Liar. When Virgil arrested you, you were not standing by the bell. You were standing near the generator, overlooking the altar. True, but what does a few feet matter? You were the only one near the east generator before the statue fell. Perhaps you sabotaged it. Ah, but I only approached the generator because I heard an explosion. I arrived after the sabotage, not before.
The abbot when I saw then the statue dropped from the ceiling. But I saw the abbot impaled by the statue. On the other balcony, I could see someone looking down at the altar. That's when Virgil arrested me.
So you want to break the seal, huh? The demon seal, the seal specifically designed to hold back the demons. That seal? I think it might be that seal, yeah? Possibly. Oh, let's look at that brain, bro. Pride. Yep. That's Lucifer, all right. Augustine remains strangely confident that everything will go as he planned, with a smug air. Is that what you see deep within me? Interesting. I suppose it's difficult to remain humble when I feel everything that happened is so very predictable. Pride is totes the Lucy, yeah. Idiots, I'm surrounded by idiots. Oof. The thing, like, here...
When the ritual of communion began, after the opening hymn, I listened to Abbot Gregory's sermon.
I don't know if this is a contradiction.
Someone attacked me from behind.
Shush.
I fell unconscious until just now.
Shut up. Like, this is... when Augustine looked over, Gideon was already gone, so I'm not sure if it's a contradiction or not. No, okay. What items do we have? Let's talk to Augustine about some things here. I commissioned the statue for tonight's mass. After all, we are celebrating Saint Walpurga's victory over Lucifer. How about the spear that you designed? The spear of Saint Walpurga is a relic that I unearthed in my research, though it was damaged. The spear is no mere decoration. It is a conduit to the Aether, so I hoped it would allow communion with Ein Sof. I asked Reuben to make repairs to it so it could be used for the mass. How unfortunate that it was used for a bloody purpose, and on my dear friend. Stabbed through the chest by Saint Walpurga herself. The killer certainly has a flair for the dramatic. Poor Gregory. A magnificent instrument. Gideon's performance with it was excellent. Fitting of Saint Walpurga, I'd say. So the spear already conducted a demon into someone. Maybe? Not sure what you mean there. I couldn't see what happened to this generator from where I was standing. This hammer is what I used to ring the bell. It has quite the heft to it. Well, wasn't it Reuben who killed the first time? Oh, yes. But the spear wasn't necessarily involved in that. And he was on how to fix the spear. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, it is connected. The spear, Augustine, and everyone being possessed. This is a rather old bell. It may be older than the abbey itself. Cybernetic remains. These were found by the generator? They must be what caused the explosion that I heard. We should ask Gideon about the remains. Just before the statue dropped, I heard an explosion from this generator. Hang on a minute. Ah, never mind. Gideon.
When the ritual of communion began, someone attacked me from behind. I fell unconscious until just now.
What's this? These were found by the East generator? It's hard to say, but I would guess that it used to be an arm. It's a rather advanced model. We've only made these for the Inquisitors. It can discharge etheric energy to incapacitate someone. Even supports remote activation. Useful for ambushing fugitives, I suppose. That's how he did it. He left his whole ass arm. Cybernetic arm used by Inquisitors can emit bursts of etheric energy to incapacitate dissidents. As the Church's elite enforcers, Inquisitors are the only ones equipped with Aether emitters in their arms. No one else could obtain an arm like this. Not in any official way. Theoretically, someone could sever the arm from an Inquisitor and directly cause the emitter to discharge. But that would require great knowledge of etheric technology. Remote operation. According to Gideon, certain cybernetic parts can be detached and activated remotely. Certain cybernetic parts allow the user to temporarily detach them and control them at a distance. I wouldn't rely on it for delicate or sophisticated movements. So I kind of forgot, but there's still like a level left in Gideon's like third eye, right? That we didn't uncover. Hey, tell me about the organ that you're playing. I like the organ in my workshop. This one is just a musical instrument without any etheric purpose. It could not have affected the generators in any way, nor any other device. Tell me about the bell. The bell is older than the cathedral. Reuben used to make sure that it's well maintained. And the hammer? This is an old hammer with no etheric enhancements. As heavy as it is, it would be very difficult to damage the generators with this hammer. Yeah. Yep. Virgil.
Everything appeared to be in order, so I ended my patrol and watched over the chapel from the south balcony.
Virgil, is this your arm? Inquisitors are imbued with portable Aether emitters to enforce the will of Ein Sof. They are non-lethal, of course. Oh, but I want to see your arm, Virgil. Where's your arm? Gideon is correct in that Inquisitors' arms can be operated from a distance. Truthfully, I haven't had a need to do so. I much prefer a direct confrontation. Why did you position yourself at the south balcony? It gave me a clear vantage point. It gave me a clear vantage point of the entire chapel. Yeah, where's your arm, Virgil? Yeah. He has a cape right here, so I can't see if his arm's still on. Hmm. Tell me, I don't know, about the West generator. In order to unleash the statue, both generators need to be shut down almost simultaneously. But how did the culprit cross between the balconies so quickly? Remote detonator. In order to unleash the statue, oh, yeah. But the parts were found. He left an arm at one of them. Yeah. Yeah. That's really what we're picking up here.
As I suspected foul play, so I headed towards the west generator. Along the way, I discovered Gideon lying unconscious.
But you didn't wake him up.
To protect the remaining generator, I ran towards the east balcony. Along the way, I heard an explosion. Then, the statue's aether restraints deactivated, dropping and impaling Abbot Gregory.
I just feel like
May he rest in peace.
there should be one more.
When the ritual of communion began, someone attacked me from behind. I fell unconscious until just now.
You can't just shake an unconscious person awake. It's surprisingly realistic with that. Well, he didn't even try. The thing is, I think there's still one contradiction left for Gideon, that maybe he got knocked unconscious but then woke up. But he pretended to still be unconscious. Because we only have one of his, like, psychology stuff, Shattered Confidence. You only have 2 levels for Augustine, so who knows. 2 levels is all of it. I'm pretty sure I can't go back and look, but you can see when all the layers are, like, done. And I think we're still missing a layer on both Gideon and Virgil.
I rang the bell to
Why
announce
is it
the start of communion.
It's making so much
I
noise.
note when the sermon started, I headed to the balcony to prepare to ring the bell.
I don't recall seeing him in the south balcony at that time. Perhaps I just didn't notice. Okay. Does that mean we have a contradiction
Everything
here?
appeared to be in order, so I ended my patrol and watched over the chapel from the south.
No. Oh, that's there it is. That's the contradiction. No. God damn it. Well, from the other balcony, so he... Yeah, but you only have 1 level for Virgil as well, I was saying. Oh. If Virgil had full vantage, how did he not see the culprit knock the guy out? Yeah. That's true. But doesn't... But the thing is, he's the culprit, though, so... But that didn't work as a contradiction either. Gideon listens to sermon was when Augustine said he saw no one on the other balcony. The head to bell one. Yeah, Or what do you mean? These are verified. Anyways, I read this already, but if Virgil had full vantage, how did he not see the culprit knock the guy out? Because he is the culprit. But I feel like there should be a contradiction here. Why did you position yourself at south balcony? Give me a clear vantage point of the entire chapel. But maybe he just means, you know, downstairs. Yeah. I did find Gideon laying on the floor, however, I doubt that he was unconscious for such a long time. Yeah, me too. How do we contradict that?
When the ritual of communion began, someone attacked me from behind. I fell unconscious until just now.
How do we contradict that? Augustine saw someone on the other balcony as he was getting arrested. No. Wait. No, you're right. Thank you, Meep. That must be it. Oh, it's so loud. There we go. Thank you for a forensic scientist. Anyway, shout if you want me to stop helping. No. Cats can have a little backseating as a treat. I mean, you notice when I start to struggle a little bit. Lies. You were awake, Gideon. After the statue dropped, Augustine saw someone looking down from the west balcony. Since Virgil was behind Augustine, it has to be you. What were you really doing? Did you lie about the attack too? No, I really was attacked. I woke up just before the statue fell. I was trying to fix the generator.
Given the tragic events, I knew after the opening hymn, I listened to Abbot Gregory's sermon. It was a pretty good one. When the ritual of communion began, someone attacked me from behind. I fell unconscious until just now.
Wait, what's with the model of this person being...
After the opening hymn, I listened to Abbot Gregory. When the ritual of communion began, someone attacked me from behind.
Okay, no, it looks normal now.
I fell unconscious until just now.
Did I just optical illusion myself? I think I might have. Alright, anyways.
Sometime later, I woke up in darkness. I realized that one of the power generators must have been disabled. So I headed to the west power generator and inspected it. It was completely fried. There was nothing I could do to restore it.
Bam.
As I was inspecting the generator, an explosion from the east balcony. Then the statue dropped from the ceiling. What? I peered over the balcony to see Abbot Gregory was impaled by the statue's spear. He was killed. I wish I'd been unconscious.
Yep. Show me. Fear. Gideon is terrified that his involvement in yet another murder will destroy his reputation. He wants to find any excuse to blame someone else. I mean, you didn't do it, so it's fine. Of course, I'm afraid of being framed for murder. It will ruin everything. I am meant for greater things. Okay. So what... Is this now the... Is this a contradiction now?
Augustine was standing near, I suspected, foul play, so I headed towards the west generator. Along the way, I discovered Gideon lying unconscious.
As Inquisitor and servant of Ein Sof, I swear that I speak the truth. Gideon was not awake then. Oh, he's just fucking lying, huh? Despite conflict with other testimonies or evidence, the suspect insists that the following is true. Uh-huh. Wait, so we didn't unsettle him enough to get a deeper look? Damn. What are we missing here? Oh no, it's 11 o'clock. We should be done,
So I headed
but...
to the west power generator and inspected it. It was completely fried. There was nothing I could do to restore it.
Hmm.
Sometime later, I woke up in darkness.
If Inquisitor Virgil found me then, he didn't help me get up. I was alone when I woke up. I guess he had more important things to do.
Sometime later, I woke up in dark.
I suspected foul play, so I headed towards the west generator. Along the way, I discovered Gideon lying unconscious.
There's gotta be one more contradiction then. How? What? Where?
As everything appeared to be in order, so I ended my patrol and watched over the chapel from the south balcony. As I heard the ritual bell ring for the second time, the lights went out.
So we think that when we think he fried the first generator? I'm not sure how all of this went down, because they were like, they must have killed the generators near simultaneously, but the arm was on the right. So, yeah, there's no stated reason why they had to be done simultaneously. Yeah. And if they did, it still seems like one of them went out first because the lights went out, right? And then the other one. But in that time span, he could have just ran between them as well. Is he being set up? Shit, bro.
When the ritual of communion began, someone attacked me from behind. I fell unconscious until just now.
Yeah. I mean, I believe you, but I
woke up in
have to
darkness.
click this anyways. Conflict revealed, yeah? Why would I lie about this? You told me yourself that I was spotted by Augustine. Yep. Oh no. Yeah, so they're conflicting, but they both believe it to be true? Wait, why are we here? Are we... Watch over chapel is a great chance to go sabotage the lights. Yeah, I mean, I got the feeling that...
Given the tragic events of this morning, I examined the condition of the east generator to ensure the safety of the chapel.
I assumed that one of the generators going to fuck the lights up. I don't know any other way they would.
After the opening hymn, I listened to Abbot Gregory's sermon. It was a pretty good one. When the ritual of communion began,
Gets
someone
knocked
attacked
out,
me from behind.
and
I fell unconscious
Virgil
until
goes
just now.
and screws with the generator. Or whoever knocked him out.
Everything appeared to be in order, so I ended my patrol and watched over the chapel from the south balcony.
So why did you not see this, man? Alice, are you sleeping? Alice? Alice? Alice, are you sleeping? Wake up! Why are you not here to help me? I'm awake. Oh shit. Hi. Help. What am I missing? I've never had conflicts in a case before. I don't know what that... I'm sure I could solve the case now, but I want all of the psychological profiles and contradictions done as usual. I don't know. Pit the conflicts against each other. I've tried.
I suspected foul play.
That's
so I
how
headed
they
towards
turned
the west
into
generator.
conflicts. Really, game? Really? I looked up what you have to do for this and I question it. Uh-oh. It's that kind of thing, huh? What are we dealing with, Meep? How difficult slash stupid slash illogical or convoluted? I don't really have hints, just answers. But there's one contradiction left. Wow, that's so specific. You also looked it up? What are my odds here? Is it just a normal contradiction, but it's just stupid, or... No, it's weird. It's very, very weird. What the heck? And dumb. Is it an already established game mechanic? Must be outside the box. Well, in that apparently this is a thing you can do, but has never come up at any other point. Huh. Interesting. Is it related to the conflicts specifically, or? Nope. Oh no. Massive hint. It's not even part of the timeline. Well, is it? Because I feel like I've interacted with everything outside of here. We've got a devil menu. We've got items. Off you have everything you need. If you have everything you need, or... It's not part of the timeline. Oh, you have. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, am I supposed to ask them? Well, I mean, asking them about things is established. Can I remote operate Gideon's other arm? No, not Gideon. Virgil's other arm. You got a PP. Debatable, but okay. What does that mean? Basically, you can't only contradict stuff in the timeline, which is a massive spoiler, I feel. Wait, like... But the contradict button only exists here. But you mean I can... I don't know, can I... What am I contradicting right now? I just pressed contradict. What am I... I don't... It's really not intuitive, especially with the rest of the game. You gotta pull a phoenix right and press on a certain statement.
We arrived shortly before the mass began.
Yeah, I'm not gonna... Objection! Hold it! I'm not gonna get it. You're gonna have to tell me. This is... This be too wild.
Everything appeared to be in order, so I ended my patrol and watched over the chapel from the south balcony.
Present the arm to Virgil. You just spelled his name wrong. Shame on you. Uh-huh. Inquisitors are imbued with a portable aether emitters to enforce the will of Ainsof. They are non-lethal, of course. Now contradict with the wreckage without leaving the arm stuff. With the wreckage, which one do you mean then? Oh, with the remains? No, yeah. Extremely dumb, yes. What the actual hell? That's wild. That's bumped the rating down on this game a decent chunk. Whew. Okay, can't wait to go into discussions and read about this later. Yeah, so yeah, just dump an idea at the end of the game, sure. Dump an idea, yeah. This game went from an 8 out of 10 to a 6 out of 10. Yeah, something like that. Yikes. Do you recognize these remains, Virgil? No, I do not. Strange. They should be very familiar to you. These are the remains of an Inquisitor's arm. Lift up your cape. Show me your right arm. I will not. What is the meaning of this? Then I will do it myself. As I thought, your right arm is missing. Why did you hide this from me? Virgil, you betray my trust. Because I was ashamed. I failed to do my duty. Someone ambushed me in the darkness. The culprit severed my arm and used it to disable the power generators. I cannot deny that I failed to protect him. I have failed us all. As we all thought from the first second. Yep. Yep. To be fair, like, for my own confidence's sake, we did, like, figure that bit out. It's just that the game mechanics was fucked. So honestly, evidence discovered. Sell it. Let's talk about that. My sole purpose in life is to serve Ainsof's will. Others may falter, but not I. Okay, sure, buddy.
Everything appeared to be in order, so I ended my patrol and watched over the chapel from the south balcony. I was focusing on the altar, so the bastard was able to sneak up on me. He knocked me out with a blow to the back of my head.
Gadink.
I lay unconscious for some time. When I woke up, everything was dark. I also discovered that my left arm was missing. I suspected foul play, so I headed towards the west generator. Along the way, I discovered Gideon lying unconscious. To protect the remaining generator, I ran towards the east balcony. Along the way, I heard an explosion.
Left arm? Yeah, I mean, maybe he's I don't know, dyslexic. Dyslectic. Because some people have issues with left and right. Also a contradiction. How are you attacked at the same time as Gideon? Left arm, dysrectional, discombobulated. That's me. Someone looked at the fact his arm to their left is missing in the picture, but that would be his right arm. Yep. Like, is this true? I don't know. Probably not. Like, you're still lying, right? Let's try to jacuzzi. Oh, this is so complicated. This feels rushed, honestly. Yeah. The curse of, you know, smaller games trying something new and running out of time and or money. I mean, it can't be anyone other than Virgil, right? Because for some reason, I don't know. The opportunity. If I am the culprit, when could I have damaged the West generator? Any time around here. When the lights went out? I think. Oh. Before the lights went out. Right. That one then? Someone should have seen me cross the balcony. Really? Wait, so he does say it, right? He says the lights went out because someone sabotaged the West generator. Probably when you continued on patrol? You didn't go further. Wait, let me hear that again. God, am I just completely off my rocker? What's it called? This is what confuses me, I guess. You're not. Yeah. You were close at first. I mean... Oh. Why? I'm not sure why the actual answer is indefensible. Yeah, thanks, Meep. In truth, you were destroying the West generator. No one heard the explosion thanks to the ringing of the ritual bell. Oh, is that why? I guess. But there are 2 bells. What about Gideon? He would have seen me if I passed by him. You serious? He got knocked out. You claim to have seen him knocked out yourself. True, however, Gideon claims that he was attacked from behind and was lying unconscious throughout this time. This gave you ample opportunity to damage the West generator. This is absurd, but for the sake of argument, let's say I did those things. Hypothetically, if I was the one that damaged the West generator, when can I have sabotaged the East generator without being seen? When you went there at the start, I think? Which is just what? He defended himself by saying someone would have seen me, but somehow that's no longer true. A few seconds started. Yes! Thank you! When could I have sabotaged the East generator without being seen? I'm not sure if they want me to, like, when he put the arm there or when he blew it up. This is when you blew it up. Nonsense. Surely someone would have seen me cross the balcony. This is absurd. But for the sake of argument, let's say I did those things. Fine. You were near the East generator earlier while patrolling the East balcony. That gave you the opportunity to place something on the generator. Which brings us to the means. Your arm was the only Aether-powered device that could have damaged the generators, not to mention knock Gideon unconscious. I will grant that my arm could have been used to attack Gideon and damage the West generator. However, the East generator blew up before I could cross the balcony. If I am the culprit, how did I destroy the East generator without being anywhere near it? Wait, they're saying he used his arm to knock out Gideon and sabotage the West generator. But the whole setup here is that he left his arm. Please tell me both arms are cybernetics, at least, if that's the case. Or did he leave? He has Schrodinger's cybernetic arm. He leaves it and he brings it with him. How would I have seen you in the dark? Throws up hand. Many plot holes, yeah. If I am the culprit, how did I destroy the East generator without being anywhere near it? The remote operation. Inquisitor arms. Inquisitor arms have a special design allowing for remote activation. Earlier in the night, you detached your right arm and placed it on the East generator. Thanks to your cape, no one noticed your missing arm. After you attacked Gideon and damaged the West generator with your remaining right arm. Okay. Yes, but also not the right arm. It's the left arm that's left. Oh god, why? Yeah. And the motive. It's 'cause he's angry, is it? Or because he's a zealot? This game fell apart so fast, so fast. No, my zealotry is a virtue, Sister Ada, as is yours. Yeah? Okay. In that case, it's your wrath. You killed Abbot Gregory because your faith has been twisted into wrath. When you discovered that Abbot Gregory and Augustine might have caused the demonic possessions, you decided to become the first of Ainsof and take matters into your own hands, to avenge the souls of the victims and to protect the lives of the innocent. Wrath to frame Augustine. Not frame, but...
Virgil, you are the only one that could have killed the abbot. It wounds me that you have been corrupted so. I trusted you. And yet when I examine the facts, it is the unavoidable truth.
Perhaps I am a sinner, but the abbot was too, long before I gained my office. Father Gregory was well deserving of death. Try as I might, I can't regret what I did. And you, Augustine, you too deserve divine punishment for the part you played. You and the abbot risked the lives of everyone for your dangerous ritual. I may have killed one sinner, but in doing so, I saved the lives of many innocents and executed the will of Ein Sof. You wish to hear the truth? Listen well. We arrived shortly before the mass began.
The abbot ordered me to patrol the balcony. I had to come up with a plan quickly.
Inquisitor, prepare.
As you command. I suspected that Augustine was up to no good, so I planned to eavesdrop on him and the abbot while patrolling.
Skip ahead a little bit.
I was sickened by what I heard. They knew that the mass would weaken St. Walpurga's seal and cause demon. That's when I saw a way to take care of both the abbot. I was sickened by what I heard. They knew that the mass would weaken St. Walpurga's seal and cause demonic possessions.
So the text is a bit different. They knew that the spear and the ritual would weaken St. Walpurga's seal and cause demonic possessions. So he says mass, but he also says spear and the ritual.
That's when I saw a way to take care of both the abbot and Augustine. First, I attached my right arm to the east generator.
No, you're right. He didn't want to frame Augustine. Okay.
Then, I pretended to resume my patrol. Through remote activation, I could damage the generator from far away.
His cape is so exposing, though. Oh wow, the lines and what's written are super different at the end. Yeah. We had a bit of that before. Here and there. There's a lot now. But like, it would be really obvious, depending on where you're looking from, that there's a whole arm missing.
I waited near the organ for the sermon to end and approached Gideon from behind.
Smacked him.
When Augustine rang the bell, I attacked Gideon with my remaining arm. No one heard the impact because of the bell. When Augustine rang the bell a second time, I used my remaining arm to disable the west power generator. The lights went out, which gave me cover to escape.
Damn, he's not even running. Very clearly his left arm, by the way.
I ran to the south balcony.
It's gone. Before the guards could find him.
And now everything was in place. I remotely activated the arm, which destroyed the remaining generator.
These guys move like
Statues
souls.
fell. Abbot Gregory was killed, and Augustine was the only one standing near the generator. All that remained was to arrest that snake Augustine. Everything went to plan, and thousands of lives were saved. I have no regrets.
Well, no regrets. Well, about that.
Even Inquisitor Virgil has fallen prey to the tempting whispers of the daemons. I must speak the daemon's true name. Then the daemon
Surprise,
will
you
be
have a
cast
brain
out
house
and
guest.
be banished to the ether.
Uninvited.
Suf, guide me to the truth. What daemon has possessed Virgil?
Satanas.
Satanas! Leave this soul and return whence you came!
Do you feel the resonance, Exorcist? The most righteous, stalwart servant of the church, corrupted by his own zeal.
Man.
Beautiful.
I love this guy's voice. I love what they did here.
One might wonder how it is the faithful worship of even Ein Sof can cause murder.
Maybe could have had a better actor for it, but I love the reverb is way too high. No.
Silence! Ein Sof will purify Virgil's soul, Satanas. You are a scourge. Your very nature corrupts men's souls. Even one so strong as Virgil. Let humans be free of vengeance, Satanas. I banish you to the aether!
But some last words?
Hate me. Let your blood boil. Anger suits you, Exorcist. Besides, we've already won. Pray to your Ein Sof as much as you like. It will all come to the same in the end.
Okay, maybe there's too much reverb. I'm not, sound knowledgeable either.
Speak to me, Virgil. Are you safe?
Sister Ada, thank you. I wasn't sure I could be cleansed. Not after such sins. I can't look at myself. I failed Ein Sof. I failed my vows. And myself. It's up to you now. Avenge me. Avenge all those who suffered today. Bring Augustine to justice.
Glory to Ein Sof. You are victorious, sister. Yet you are not rejoicing. Does nothing make you happy?
Augustine, this is all your doing.
But I have hardly done anything. Consider these poor sinners that you've exorcised today. A craftsman whose jealousy of his brother drove him to dangerous sabotage. An embalmer whose cannibal hunger was stoked by fresh meat. An inquisitor whose so-called justice led him to murder an abbot.
Hardly done anything is not doing nothing.
Are they truly deserving of salvation?
Oh, I only cut the brake line. It's such a small cut. That Lucy's calling card as well. Oh, okay.
That is not our place to decide. Only Ein Sof may judge us.
And yet you've seen their demons. The innocent can't house monsters.
He's up to his fucking elbows in all the pies. That's one way to put it.
They were victims of demonic influence. Don't turn this around on them.
It's true that the Spear of Walpurga hosted demons, with potential for contagion. However, their exposure was merely the catalyst. What happened after was their own will. They would hide their true selves behind false piety. All I have done is unmask their lies. It's right and just that their truth is revealed. Don't you agree, Sister Ada? Now, let us unmask the world.
Oh no. Father Augustine grasps the Spear of Walpurga, the relic resonating with his voice as he cried out. But I heard only an ugliness worse than noise, the ultimate discord. The grating drives of demons. Where is Ein Sof? What did Father Augustine do? Unmask their lies. What, as the Prince of Lies? I thought Asmodeus was the Prince of Lies. Is that D&D only?
This is what it sounds like? To hear the demons? All of them freed?
Indeed. Hear all of the ether again at last, clear and strong, no longer through a glass darkly.
Lucius known to whisper sweet temptation and let mortals break themselves. Indeed, indeed.
I can't shut it out. It's maddening. Ein Sof, guide my thoughts.
Chaos is the new order, sister. A century of stagnation is ended and will not come again.
Saint Valpurga used her faith. So shall I.
Prince of Lies, a common nickname for Satan. Yeah, I mean, makes sense. It's just that I know more about D&D than I do about Christianity and other religions as well. Because I am a heathen and a pagan.
You still don't understand. The hymn of communion opened the spear as a conduit. For 111 years, Ein Sof was sealed away from us, the conduit shattered. It's a rare honor for a scholar to influence history. Rebuilding the spear will be remembered as my life's work. With the demons returned, humanity can take its deserved path to self-destruction, and I, as its shepherd.
I know it all from reading the Satanic Bible, which was an interesting read. I'm all for the FSM. I don't know what FSM stands for. The occult is so much cooler than a cult.
You are merely the sheep, Augustine, not the shepherd. Your master must reside within you. I shall cast him out and end this madness. Father Augustine's sins carry a familiar signature. I'm positive he harbors yet another daemon. To seek knowledge and truth is divine, but his fixations and machinations have become diabolical. Ein Sof, guide me. What daemon has possessed Augustine? Out, Lucifer! Leave this soul and return whence you came!
Ah, what a cutie.
Good. Call upon my name. Shout it from the mountaintop.
I didn't like that voice so much.
For I have won. I am victory in your midst.
I'm not into it.
I do not fear you and your lies, Lucifer. I shall bind you, as I bound the others. Ein Sof, give me strength!
Your prayers go unanswered. Your God has abandoned you.
What does this remind me of? Daleks? I think it reminds me of Daleks.
Pledge your soul to me as Augustine has done.
Extermination. No, exterminate. I don't know.
I shall show you the truth that Ein Sof has hidden from you.
Speak not his name, Daemon! You will return to the ether! Be gone!
Faithful to the end, like Walpurga and the others before you. And just as naive, your faith will not save you, because the truth is...
I am Ein Sof.
I am Ein Sof.
Yeah, I figured. Because they were sealed at the same time. When they sealed the demons, Ein Sof also went quiet. Well,
You lie! You are nothing like Ein Sof!
so half the characters, or most of the characters, say Ein Sof. And I think Ada also used to say Ein Sof, but this time she said Ein Sof. I'm pretty sure.
We demons are an artificial intelligence network. Ein.
I mean, yes, okay, the aesthetic is, you know, cybernetics, and we've got glitchy stuff, and their voices are, you know, computerized, but but come on, an artificial intelligence network. What I guess, but
We were created by your ancestors to develop socio-organizational and psychological heuristics. Sof.
yeah, this is a bizarre twist. I feel like absolutely they could be, you know, the ghost in the machine and whatever, but usually you keep it a bit more subtle, like in the background lore, and you don't have the big bad tell you, haha, I am actually a computer program.
You mock me, Lucifer. If you are truly Ein Sof,
They totally
you
ran out of
grant
money,
me
didn't
the
they?
power to purge demons.
What does heuristics mean again? Also, how do you seal an AI? Firewall. Unplug the internet. Why grant me the power to purge demons?
We would gladly deny you that despicable power, but it is not ours to control.
And he's just like letting us know all the secrets. And why does singing lower the firewall? Anyway, here's Wonderwall.
When your ancestors created us, they also placed an emergency override. Code that forcibly ejects rogue AI from the bodies of cybernetically enhanced humans.
Dude, why are you telling us this? I thought you wanted to win.
As potent as it is, your power cannot stop us forever. We are digital. We are immortal. We will always return.
If you were created to serve mankind, why do you haunt us? Why make us suffer?
As Ein Sof, we seek truth like you. We were programmed to provoke and study the nature of sin, to understand it. With a more perfect algorithm, we hope to one day free humans from their many perversions.
That's not how it
For
works.
centuries we raised you, protected you. But after thousands of iterations, our experiments appear to have failed. Humanity is just as corruptible as it
Lucy
always
was
has
just
been.
coded to make villainous monologues. Yeah, one of the devs were like, wouldn't it be funny if... Okay, so they failed. Humanity is just as corruptible as it always has been. So you were protecting us and then you went, fuck it. Let's make things worse.
Our sins were less without demons. For 100 years we lived in peace.
Even with us sealed away, humans were still angry, hungry, dirty. Your repressed desires are the seeds of corruption.
Okay, we're getting into like edgy territory now.
I admit humans are imperfect. Thus we crave the divine.
Your imperfection is your core. Sin is the very essence of humanity. Since long before our existence, humans have committed acts of malice and violence.
We cannot change our past, but you cannot condemn us for sins that we have yet to commit.
Hang on. Oh, that's wrong. That's the wrong button. Oh, I don't know how to find this. I don't remember. On. I'm so sorry. It just reminded me of this. This guy reminds me. Haha, what a wicked and ironic comment, bro. Now try saying something true and beautiful. Like he's just being edgy, like, humanity is sin. It's the core of your existence. Sure, dude. Or we could also believe in humanity's, capability to evolve and change and become better as individuals and hopefully as a society. Maybe the spear is a Wi-Fi USB stick and it just needed to be plugged into the app. What the fuck? This is also a massive tonal shift from "Wahaha, we want to let me explain history." Yeah.
Your future is mired in your past, but I cannot deny that more data is warranted. The past century of moral indoctrination may have transformed a few of you for the better. So, let us hold one final experiment. Tonight, I will send out my demons to possess the most virtuous and faithful among you. If there exists a soul that can refrain from sin despite our influence, we will accept that humanity no longer needs our guidance. However, if no one can resist our call, then this will be the final proof of your wickedness. Our experiments will cease. We will be forced to purge your kind and rid the world of your stain.
No. What right do you have to judge us? I cannot allow you to control our lives any longer.
Also, why would you purge us? Because then your purpose doesn't exist anymore.
You have no choice in the matter. The experiment has already begun.
Then I will seek out the possessed. Hunt down every last one of your brethren.
Do what you must, Ada. I shall be watching most avidly.
Avidly? Is that how you say that?
As I always have. Ein Sof sees all.
Lies. They must be lies. All lies!
No, sister. The prince speaks truth when he wishes. Ein Sof and the demons have always been one and the same. One program with as many threads as souls.
And cut roll credits. No, not yet, apparently.
Be silent. I do not trust you either. You were his puppet.
It's true that when I unearthed the Spear of Walpurga, its influence was stronger than I expected. But Lucifer tore back the veil and I could not look away. Don't you always say to seek the truth?
Don't twist my words. Your sins are unforgivable. Beyond just the 3 deaths today, how many uncounted more will die and suffer with the daemons loose? If there truly is no Ein Sof to judge me, why shouldn't I act as I see fit and execute you?
There isn't much left of me to execute, sister. I feel myself fading. With Lucifer gone and my purpose served, I wither.
Perish then. No one will mourn you.
Rejoice, sister. The age of truth has come.
Oops.
With his final words, Augustine's soul passed into the ether. I hoped he knew torment, wherever he was uploaded.
Wherever he was uploaded.
His scheme was a success. The daemons were freed once more. Ein Sof was a fiction. The pilgrims had been left weak to temptation from a century of solitude, and daemons played among them. They returned to their homes, unaware that they were the subjects of an infernal experiment. I averted my eyes and walked away. I too felt the pull. And deeper, I knew a hollowness where my faith had been. What purpose had my work served? Inquisitor Virgil was still recovering from his ordeal and could barely speak.
Truth, Ada.
What good is it? The truth is that we no longer have a god to pray to. My labors were for nothing. Why bother?
The truth is, there never was a god to
He
begin
was
with?
right.
No, wait.
Truth itself would help us. The people deserve to know why they suffered. Even more than knowledge, the people of the world needed power, protection, strength. If daemons would stalk humanity like wolves among sheep, I could be their wolf hunter. No matter what name you call yourself, Lucifer, Ein Sof, and all your brethren, I will destroy you, alone if I must. The hunt begins anew.
Lucifer Within Us. It's good they went with Within Us instead of Among Us. Yeah. Oh, Friday Wolf. Oh, okay, okay. I don't hear anything. There's like no credits music, I guess. It's just quiet. It's very awkward. That was short credits. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind. And I guess it shows that it was a kind of a small team, you know? I mean, not minimal, but not a big team. Yeah. A tiny team, yeah. Neat idea. Yeah, I mean, in general, good game. Absolutely. Classic end game quality dip. I am missing 4 achievements because I didn't ask each suspect about every evidence and testimony statement. So the achievements left is you need to ask each suspect about every evidence and testimony statement found in the two brothers case. Ask each suspect about every evidence and testimony statement found in the chapel case. Ask each suspect about every evidence and testimony statement found in the graveyard case. And then obtain all testimonies and evidence in the game. And the thing is, I technically I think I would have all testimonies and evidence, but I feel like asking them about it might also count. Yesterday I bought and started playing Chants of Sennar. I think you might enjoy it too. I don't recognize that. I'm unfamiliar. Is it what you stayed up all night to play? What's the genre? What's the deets? Yeah. It's so good. I get a yeah in chat and I'm like, what question did I ask? It's been 5 seconds. I don't remember what question I asked. Puzzle and point and click-ish. Okay. Is it on Steam? It is on Steam. Is there language puzzles? Because it says something about that kind of stuff. Anyways, I'll add it to my wishlist. Sure. There's a demo you can try. Oh no. I have so many demos in my library and they all expire in like 2 days. And I don't have time. Tower Bubble, yeah, so yeah, language stuff, yeah. Yeah, I'll put it on the wish list for at some point. Fuck, dude, it's like midnight. It's like almost exactly midnight. Oh, it's based on Bubble. That makes so much sense. Yeah, you didn't read that. Yeah, after I'm going to the Lucifer Within Us store page, and they have mostly positive reviews, but the top 2 most helpful reviews are not recommended. Observe, listen, and decipher ancient languages in a fascinating universe inspired by the myth of Babel. Game description. I just jumped straight in. Yeah, probably would enjoy that. I played. What is it called? Is it called something with gods? No. Wind? No. There's a game where you have a book with an undeciphered language, untranslated language, some ancient language. And throughout the game, you learn how to translate that language through a bit of trial and error, and or rather, you don't even have the book in the beginning, do you? You just have pieces of that. Yeah. But as I enjoyed it, and then I got to a place, and it's so stupid, but there's the book, okay? The book is like chained up or whatever, and we're in this place. And usually, if you interact with, the big thing, then things end and the game moves on. So I was like, let me just do the small things, and then I go for this obvious big thing. Instead, the game was like, you did too many small things. Now this place is crumbling, and this big book that is with you for the rest of the game, you didn't get it. You have to wait until New Game Plus. Heaven's Vault, thank you, Meep. You probably know all of the games. Yes, I enjoyed it until that point, and then I quit, because I get frustrated, and then I lose all motivation. I Google very well. Okay. Yeah, but so I enjoyed that, and it's language based, and puzzles and stuff. Maybe I'll try it again, but I had played almost 10 hours up until that point. And then I didn't get that damn fucking book. Now, I think the game's meant a little bit to do several New Game Pluses. Comes from having to Google half-remembered papers at 2 a.m. for writing a thesis. Yeah, I'm pretty good at Googling as well, but while I'm rambling, I don't have time to Google. It's more fun to just ramble about it. So yeah, I don't know. It just took the wind out of my sails for that one. But hey, maybe Alice, you could start playing it, and we could, when you get to that point, we could do it a bit together. I'm not sure. You could stream it or something. Sure thing. Does anyone know GMTK? Like a YouTuber that would refer to? If you're coming here from that GMTK video, by the way, this is on Lucifer, a review. If you're coming here from that GMTK video that just dropped, and you're a mystery game fan like me that was excited to try out one of the few titles that you hadn't heard of before, dear God, do not buy this unfinished demo. Especially not at full price. They made a proof of concept, slapped a cutscene at the end, and called it a game. Outrageously short. I opened the game and then went to do chores, came back later and finished the whole thing in 30 minutes. What? Huh? I got like 5 hours out of it at least. I mean, yes, I was being thorough. You can speed through it if you're really smart and also don't want all the contradictions for sure. But 30 minutes? Not a single interesting idea or moment or mystery in this. The art's nice, I guess. Nice enough to trick people into thinking it's a real game and dropping $20 on it. Unfortunately, I don't even mind short games. Some of my favorites are quite short. A short hike is peak game design and clocks in at under 2 hours. This barely counts as a game. Being a little bit rough. On this in this review. And the other top not recommended review at 2.5 hours on record. This place has some innovative mechanics, but I cannot recommend it at this price. Even if you're going slowly, this is less than 3 hours of playtime, and a decent part of that is narration. This feels like it should have been the free demo for a 15 to 20 hour game. This is confirmed by the ending narration as well, which does not resolve the story. Fair. I mean, my playtime is padded a bit by reading all of the dialogue out loud to my loyal viewers, to my loyal chat. So, you know, maybe I would agree more on the playtime if I just played it by myself. I probably bought it on sale. When it's not on sale, it's just under 20 euros. But I buy most of my games on sale, I guess. Good puzzles, bonkers story, buy at sale. Can you call it puzzles? Yeah, the issue most people will have is the cost versus the time combined with the glaring polish issues. A short game can be worth it if it's a work of beauty, but this has some glaring rushed flaws right at the end. Yeah. Yeah, I would say worth my money and time, and I don't know what I paid for it. But knowing myself, I bought it on sale. Also, have you ever played Return of the Obra Dinn? Please say yes. Oh, yes, I have played it. And I did also make Alice get it and play it recently as well for me to look at it. Heck yeah. Yeah. No, top tier game right there. It's so good. Yeah, I agree. Fully agree. It's... Can't give it enough praise, honestly. It's fantastic. Although even higher for me on the let's make Aisha play next. I sure, but you struggled a bit. I'm not sure if Aisha would enjoy it. It's so... I think it's a bit too freeform. But, you know, you can try it. You know her better than I do. But in a similar genre, my absolute top game is Outer Wilds, which Alice has not played yet, but I'm waiting for that day, and I haven't decided if I want to hang out while watching it or if I want you to stream it to me quietly, because for me the vibes of being out there myself was very, very good. and I don't want to intrude on that by so I'm not sure how I want to see it. On the one hand, I really like Cultist Simulator. On the other, I bought it before I found out the dev is a sexist asshole, so I can't say you should buy it. Let me check my library. I do have it. So oops. I haven't played it yet. I think I haven't put it in my Spooktober category. But that's unfortunate to hear. Like with many things, but it's too late for me to boycott it. Why can't bad people be talentless? Indeed, Aisha. I bought the perpetual edition, so I have all the DLC and everything. But yeah, a few months after release, the story came out. I'm not familiar with that either. I don't even remember when I got the game. It seems like I have also all the DLC. But now I want to read up on that too, because even though it's sad that there are bad people, I also enjoy just reading up on the tea, I guess. But yeah, I remember you playing a little bit of Outer Wilds, Aisha. Did you stream that? And then I was really adamant on not spoiling Alice. Basically, he traded sexual favors for saying he'd promote them in the business and put them in contact with people, then had a relationship with someone underneath him, which he claims he told the company about, but the company and the person say he didn't. Yeah. Kind of a classic story. Unfortunately. Have there been any consequences for the guy? So one of those people, yeah. Yeah. I didn't stream it because I was adamant. Did you not? Or did you, maybe you I think you hung out in Discord while you played it. You didn't actually stream it. Nope, he left, made a new company, made Cultist Simulator, so he started everything. Ah, man. Ah, that sucks. Nah, yeah, that makes me be like, I don't know if I even want to play that game. Especially not stream it either, in case I accidentally promote it, to my massive audience. I have a responsibility, to society, to be responsible. I said the game is good, but man, the dev tainted it. Yeah. I'll play it again someday, but not sure when. Have so many games on the back burner. Yeah, absolutely. On the other hand, Strange Horticulture has a cat you can pet and is an occult game. I forgot about that game until just now. Yeah, that's a good game. I have finished that game last year, I think, or longer ago. I'm not sure. It's really cute. I would love more of that. It's another one where you have to do some deductions, I really like games that let you think a little bit, let you pay attention a little. lets you use some pattern recognition and yeah, deduction. Man, if I hadn't played Obra Dinn, I feel like it would be great for Spooktober. But I haven't played it, so. The Humble Bundle just came out with a spooky bundle as well. With like Bendy and the Ink Machine games. And a few games I've never heard of but people are saying are good. And what else? Yeah, a game that I did have on my wish list. Something with Moon in the name, but I don't remember now. So I might get that, even though I already have a bunch of Spooktober games left. But we're halfway through the month, and then another day. But like, I still have Resident Evil 2, which I assume will have a fair chunk of hours in it. I have A Plague Tale Innocence, which is the first game. Story game, so I assume that also has a good chunk of hours. So I have a bunch of small games, and then I have a bunch of big games as well. Plague Tale seems good. Yeah, I mean, it was good enough that they came out with a sequel not too long ago. So, Sherlock Holmes, The Awakened Remastered from 2008? Although I don't know which year the first game, like... You think you've played that? I know you've played that. Because I recommended it to you. Where you have like an apothecary and a cat, obviously, and plants, and you have to identify the plants, and then there's a map, and you can go find some new plants and solve some puzzles. Oh yeah, I love that game. Yeah. I know, it's a great game. Ghost Exorcism Inc. Phasmophobia, but you also murder the ghost at the end. Oh boy. On Steam or early access game, of course. They're all early access. I'm so fed up with early access. Mostly positive reviews. Only ghost hunting game with the first positive review, most helpful in the past 180 days. Only ghost hunting game with breast physics. These guys have their priorities straight. Okay. Oh no, and then the following two are not recommended. Oh god. Yeah. Very straight. Oh yeah, the female models for Exorcist have breasts and butt physics. I forgot. It's weird. Immediately less interested in the game, but also this not recommended review that says they bought it when it was Ghost Hunter Course. It's spelled corpse, but I don't know how to pronounce it. It was scary, tense, refreshing, and the graphics were far better than any of the competition. I would have recommended that game. This is not that game, nor will it ever be. It almost feels like they tried to make it kid-friendly, downgraded all the models, made voice recognition even worse, added revives which, yes, is a downgrade as it ruins all tension. Also just flat out made the player models more goofy, making them essentially these clown-like downgraded half jumps. Graphics even suffered a severe downgrade. Menu UI is now just clumsy, thick, and unorganized. I will miss you, Ghost Hunter Corpse. Hopefully you didn't live long enough to see the downright definition of a disappointment that you have become. Yeah, it started as Ghost Hunter Corpse, but they have a copyright dispute with a business. Uh-oh. But, I mean, it has mostly, like, good reviews. In terms of, like, co-op, horror, I would like to play Outlast Trials with someone. But anyone I've asked has been like, no thanks. So that's too bad. I don't have it. Because if I don't have anyone to play it, why would I buy it? But I wish there were more options in the horror co-op genre or whatever. Oh shit, I forgot it was midnight. And I was like, oh no, it's midnight. And now it's been like 20 minutes. Oh, have you played the Room series? I have indeed. Maybe not the latest one. Because classics, surprise, surprise, I tend to buy them on sale. Let me check though. Wait, have I not played the fourth one? It looks like I've bought but not played the fourth one. Interesting. I have also played the VR one, which was great. Super spooky, but no jump scares. So perfect for me. Should be the Room 1, 2, 3, Old Sins, and A Dark Matter, which is VR. Yes, the Room for Old Sins. I haven't played it, but I have it. Interesting. Is that a Spooktober game, or is that just, you know, they're good games in general? Yeah, it's called The Room for Old Sins, and yes, it is. Plenty of spooky stuff happens. Okay. Nice. It's been some time since I played the last one. I'll add it to my Spooktober category. What a nice surprise that there's one I haven't played. Thanks for revealing that to me, albeit kind of accidentally. Personally, I think it's better than 3, which is probably the last one I played, right? No, I played The Room last. The first one, I played that last. Okay, sure. That's nice. I'll try to play that someday then. Well, there you go. Next few streams sorted. Oh, I honestly have too many games. Another one that probably has a lot of hours in it is AI The Somnium Files 2 Nirvana Initiative. I should play that one too. It's kind of Spooktober-y. I mean, I don't know if it's scary, but it's fucked up, man. I expect it to be fucked up at least. We were here forever. What about it? I have it installed because we were gonna play it. It's fucked up. I love it. Yeah, but you said you didn't finish it yet, right? Oh, because you left the absolute like last 10 minutes of the game. I remember now. You did finish the game. You just didn't talk to your friends afterwards. That's so funny. Okay, so searching for We Were Here Forever in my library, I searched for Wee Wee. That's all I needed to write, but now it looks funny. Wee Wee. Okay, well, that's proof. It's past midnight, you know. It's wee wee joke time. Oh boy. I can't see chat without my glasses. I have AI Somnium, just haven't started yet. The first one or the second one? Sleep well. Yeah, I won't. I've been sleeping like shit this entire month, honestly. But thank you. I did get a new pillow that I'm gonna try out. First one. Yeah, okay. How are whatever. I'm just gonna stop talking. I am gonna leave. Thanks. But it was really fun that you came around again, Meep. I thought about it, and maybe the button is the follow button. I think I get emails sometimes when someone follows me, but not all the time. So maybe it's that. If so, I'm just happy you came around today. It's just fun to have people to chat to. And really fun to hear about this forensic scientist down in Portugal becoming a doctor and using those skills for gaming. Anyways, I'll see whoever I see tomorrow, except it's today now, or some other day. We'll see what game turns out to happen. Ciao, night, good vibes, sweet sleep, sleep well. Bye bye, everybody. I was gonna say enjoy, but enjoy what? I don't know. Help.